All right, test. Evening, everybody. Hi, Danai, Shay. Can you guys hear me?
What's up, bro?
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, perfect. What about great bit. Let's start going with the sound. That's good. Give me the 2 minutes and then I'll get the video going. Well, let me say good evening to everybody again, and I'll let you guys introduce yourselves, and then I'll do the disclaimer.
All right.
Hello? Are we all good?
Yeah, Shay, we're hearing you. Yeah, we are. I saying you guys. Then I share you guys just again just do the usual weekly intro and I'll jump back in a second.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about technical difficulties as always. All right, guys. Welcome. This is BrickTalk, where we talk about the market and new, old. We're talking about maturing market tonight. We're having a bit of technical difficulties. Anybody want to call in, have a conversation before? That's fine. I'm Danai, investment advisor, co-host on this podcast. Probably not going to hear Randy for a while. And Shay, introduce yourself. And Shay, drop off. Jano. Randy, resend this co-host invite for Shay.
I think it just worked again. Shay, can you hear
You
us?
back? He's saying connecting. No refuse.
Yeah, I think give it a second or two. Oh yeah, I see it's a connecting. But you are hearing me, right, Danai?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, perfect.
Hmm. Saying connecting for Shay.
Yeah, that's what I seen. Um, I guess maybe her connection just went bad.
Probably.
Hold on, I'm redoing her invite.
Yo, so,
All right, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's causing that with Shay. Um, but I definitely don't want us to lose any time. So I want us to get going. Hi, everybody. Like you heard Dana say, this is Brick Talk, and we'll, of course, be talking again. But in the meantime, let me get the disclaimer out of the way. As usual, we are talking about the market in various ways, forms, um, settings, the history, whatever. We're talking about in a very real way. We're very practical when it comes to the market. But nothing that's said on the podcast should be taken as investment advice. There is no investment advice being given. It is a podcast that should be educational, it should be entertaining, but it is not advice. Nobody's acting as there are no investment advisors outside of Dana, as far as I know, on the podcast. And when Dana is speaking, he's speaking just as the co-host and brethren of the show. He's not acting as an investment advisor. So you should not take anything on the show as investment advice. And I can't stress that enough. Having said that, I think we'll give maybe Shay 2 more minutes to see what's happening with her sound. But in the meantime, how you and how things? I mean, last trading day of the month, how the month treat you?
it was a fine one.
That's
Fine
fine.
one.
And not exciting.
I wouldn't say excited.
nothing exciting for them. Well, yeah, all day.
That's the thing I think about. What excites you nowadays in the market? What gets you, jumping? Outside of just a phone, I think that's it. It's sort of always the same thing, but I guess I was looking at it more wonder back then. You find something you think can be really profitable and you can do something with it. I think that's where it is. But
I mean, yeah.
I feel like back then, I guess all things were newer to me. I guess so.
That's right. That's right. And right in line with the topic to the whole battery to the
Mm-hmm.
market, which is well. I mean, I will also cover there, but yeah, you're right. You said nothing is exciting. It's just that you said there's nothing new under the sun. After a while, you see things for again
Mm-hmm.
and again.
The
Yeah,
new thing started looking like a different version of the other thing. Or the thing you
yeah,
didn't know about before was not, it's just not new anymore.
yeah. And then another thing is that we tend to be so we tend to be so how do I put this? We tend to be so like
I think.
just by default, we tend to yeah, I think I heard Shay a while ago.
Yeah, she's back. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Shay, you hearing us fine?
I've been hearing you guys fine this whole time, you know. I don't know. You guys couldn't hear me. I couldn't, yeah, get it to work. But yeah, I'm here. I'm good.
All right.
All right, I love that. All right.
Excellent.
So almost from the start, I'm hesitating just to the official start just because I'd like to get the video up also.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I only want after that intro again,
You don't want the computer
really
here
only
yet.
one time. Yeah, pretty much. I didn't say Muscat even know who running things at Twitter anymore.
Grok.
Grok. That's true. Rise of the machines.
Good job.
Um, but yeah,
This,
so well, Shay, I mean, you can introduce yourself or just say hi. People know who they're listening to. There's always
hi,
somebody new.
friendly neighborhood psychologist.
There we go. And she brings a wonderful
Jay Miller.
uh, yeah perspective to the market. Hold on, then I get a whole heap of feedback from your keys.
Keyword. Hold on. Shaba.
So, Shay, we were just talking about about what I was saying. I was trying to fill the time. I was saying to Danai that what I'm finding exciting. End of the month, no. So
Mm-hmm.
has it been an exciting month so far? I'm saying not really exciting, which I understand um, from some perspectives. I don't know. How did you
Yes.
feel? How you feel about the month?
I feel like at this point it's just the money, right?
Come on, Dana.
Well,
Where's the passion? But
I
I
mean,
think probably where Dana is for you. This month was certainly not as busy on the market for me as last month, but I think that's also just a function of what I was doing this month. So less time to sit and trade and have fun on the market. So I just did less.
you never lead nobody to NCB this month.
No, I don't.
Waiting to the wait for the RPL lights.
So that was funny, as in the group I was having a conversation, and that's one of the
I was going to check the group. I haven't checked it all day. I just come off for the road. So no,
okay.
I was laughing. I saw one message earlier where the RPL
Hmm.
boss said, it nah trick him, and I was started dying. I look at the queue and I was like, Jano, and I started dead. So I'm wondering now. The
Let's
thing I'm
have a
thinking
look.
about now is what was going on for everybody else? Everybody that usually keys into RPL for end of the month and whatever.
Hmm.
Yeah, this one's a bit different based on how I've heard it explained by a lot
Let's
of
have a
people.
look.
Well, I don't know. I
Because
don't
I
know.
really,
I don't know if it's it was different, but well, yeah. Let me hear what you guys think, and then I take the conversation or the broad strokes of the conversation in the group.
Mhm.
I know it links into the topic too, but RPL, of course, was is always one of the favorites
Mhm.
um, for the people, especially the people doing monthly plays.
The different part for me is I feel like the volumes this month,
Hmm.
like a lot of people, and getting in at what other people would consider low. For everybody looking at the previous and hoping, yeah, I want to get back at 350. I want, got it real low, so it feels more secure and all of that.
Hmm.
I think that never happened a lot this month. So I was looking at the end of this month and saying, I feel like a good amount of people probably had orders in the queue and it's not going through, even though they're hoping.
Well,
And then so they never get no shares for them in amount play. I feel like some people, especially imagine you're buying that to three something just feel like a little bit. And then most of the month you have to buy it at four.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the vast majority of the month you have to buy it at four, and it ended at four. It ended at I think did it end at 450 or
Yep.
just
Yep.
and there's a lot of activity at 450.
Higher four
Uh,
and the
all
last
right.
449, 450.
yeah, 450. What was the actual closing price? 450 is okay. So the close price
Yeah,
was
440,
450.
close 450, yeah.
Boy, that is that's an interesting one. So I was talking in group about that earlier, and kind of like you said, I never thought of that though. Then I never thought of it from that angle where people may have wanted,
The thing is that I speak to these people, you get me? So I know what's
yeah,
happening when them talk to me about it specifically. And I understand where you're going for, but it's a usual conundrum for me. You're doing something that's very hard and you
hmm
want me to it's easier than it actually is.
yeah. I no, sorry, continue.
Yeah, so I know this month people were I want to get it for the low I got it for last month. The thing and I'm finding that funny because I know last year the lows they getting it for now was high.
Yeah, well, not even last year. That's one of the things I did advanced
This
grow.
year, you're right. This
Yeah,
year.
I did advanced grow Wednesday evening and advanced grow this month. It touched a few things. It touched a few things, but the topic was the indicators of profit, and I mentioned something in that advanced grow that also was mentioned months before, which is the how would I put it? It's around that low high thing. I'm trying to see how I can do the point without just repeating the advanced graph point, and I try to
Mhm.
put the people in pay for advanced graph, and I try to put it out to the public for free.
You know,
But
so I'm fighting.
exactly, yeah, rightfully so. But the bottom line is that the lows of let's say even 2 months ago, 2 3 months ago, if you want to go back in as far as January, February, what was not the lows, the highs then. I mean, within this year, RPL, you're talking about RPL from the point of view of boy, I don't know if more want buy it. I don't know if more want buy it at 340 or 350,
Exactly.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it's a high. No, I think it's just
Tourist.
once. I think it's just once for this month that yeah, three times. Three times this month that it traded down below, even as four.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the previous highs are now not even the lows, right? I mean, there's a time when 380 was a goal. The
Yeah,
12th
man.
of this,
I remember it.
yeah, yeah, the 12th of this month, it
The
traded.
last month feel like Christmas to a good amount, or them they feel like Christmas to a good amount of people,
Hmm.
and they watch Christmas happen to a good amount of people. And so this month kind of shake them up. We want the same thing. They got that low and say that the very beautiful high. And
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
seeing
yeah,
that low really. So where am I going to buy my shares? Because I'm going for the same play. Like, that touch man they go for last month, and the guy and the other one they do too. And then so I
yeah,
do it now, and they're gonna tell me this month I'm doing RPL again, So you're thinking I'm gonna buy it at 3 little bit and sell it at 4 now again.
yeah.
And
Doesn't work like that.
Except for when it does, right? That's the hard thing.
That's the thing. When it does work out, it work out. Cause suppose next month it got a nice trade does sweep down and somebody get a good amount and bucket it set. Yeah, I thought to them again, they do it again
What doesn't
two
work
times
like
this
Yep.
year.
that is that it doesn't behave the same all the time. Not no stock does that. Behave the same all the time. So that's kind of it doesn't work like that. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, man.
You're completely right, But the
Yeah.
thing is, people don't look at the process. They look at what's happening. They look at the broad strokes of what's happening. They want a very specific situation, and
Facts.
I run with that every single time. And if I get it working once, then of course it works out. Two times, you can't tell me I'm wrong.
Yep.
But then
I
when
think
Shay say, but
sometimes
mm-hmm.
yeah, go ahead.
That's why when Shay gives the actual framework around, oh, it's not necessarily going to that price, but you can make the 10% if you do this. If you do the same thing here at a different price level, or something else is happening with the company.
Hmm.
Then I don't think people want to hear that part. I think again how easily can I filter this thing down and make it make sense to me.
Hmm.
I can go day trade RPA. I can go buy it at 350 and sell it at 460 every month.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people. I can see that with a lot of people. I know for a fact that that's what a lot of people think.
Mm.
And yeah, the conversations also. You're right, Dana. If somebody do it 2 times and get lucky 2 times, you can't tell them say lucky them get lucky. All right. But you can see it in the well, at least what I know, I tried to carry the girl guides in the group through. So I've been warning them for the last, I want to say from maybe February, March, or longer than that, but
No,
February,
I'm
March,
sure
I've
last
gotten
last
more.
year, November and December, I remember I'm thinking of two conversations where that happened.
Hmm.
Yeah, so
And this, for the last few months, I've been warning that, listen, the music is going to stop, or not the music is going to stop, but the music is going to change. And you know it go, it's it the things change, like the market matures, if you will, right?
mm-hmm.
So things will always change, and how something works or worked back in the past, it's gonna change, and you have to know. Well, you don't have to, but a shrewd investor prepares for when it will change and preempts the change so that when the change happens, it um
you,
it
you,
doesn't come as a
you,
surprise to
you,
them.
you're
Yeah,
working. You're riding the waves. You're not. They're not crashing over you because you don't know the sea anymore.
exactly. You're riding the waves. You're not just being washed by them. And it's something that I notice is it's hard for people to do because the only way I know to carry people through it too is to have them go through the process
Go
I
through it.
went through, which is think it through, like what's happening, why you expect it to happen, why you do this, why did this happen, why did this other thing not happen, blah blah blah. um and so yeah, you don't get a lot of, at least I don't find that I get a lot of people explaining it really what's happening, and of course the standards
It's like
high in
math.
the. It's like math. Oh yeah, go ahead.
This
I
is
don't
like
want to see
math
it.
because it's this is teaching of it. We try to get across in math. I've taught math before. My father was a teacher. It's
Hmm.
it's the I'm trying to get across the concept in how it actually is.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a very easy way of telling somebody how it go that will make them solve the problem that will come to them on the test.
Yeah, almost every time actually.
One of my father's biggest gripes is, everybody knows carryover. So you're doing equations and whatever, and carry over the two over this.
Hmm.
So 2x equal 3. So 2x equal 4. So what is thing there? So what is x? You carry over the 2. My
Hmm.
father always cook and said, no, no, actually, go so. Right? Yeah, but it's a balance thing on both sides. I do something on one side, or something on the next side. You can't move the two across the equal side. So
That's
that's
true.
this. It's the what is actually happening. There is a broader framework of how things move versus
Hmm.
how things move this time. And enough times where I can convince myself that every single time this thing will go so.
Yeah, yeah, and that's, you're right. It comes out down to the teaching of the thing, and of course,
Mm.
in the space, there's not like a lot of people. Shout out to people who have done BrickTalk, BrickTalk, have done grow, I've learned, I've been in the groups, I've been in the conversations to actually learn, like
Mm-hmm.
the constructive conversations, not about, oh, this happened, okay, want to watch, oh, well, let us see, or the actual
Mm-hmm.
constructive
Actual,
conversations about,
what's
yeah,
up with?
man,
Let me try to figure out what's happening here and what that will
yeah,
mean. Because
exactly.
it's if you see the thing enough times, then you get the thing. But then what we see often is to see the same thing happening in different ways. So we say, oh wait there, those ways all work out in this way. So work out from this one thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to get the actual thing, the actual concept, and we don't have that issue of I'm a day trader and I just sell. I buy this, sell it, and it must work out XYZ way.
Yeah, it's a I don't know, it's a different sort of thinking,
I
and
think
it's
it's
an
very very far from just general people. That's how people operate on a general basis. It's again, you're not trying to look for the deeper things that add stress to your life. If I can distill this thing down to an easy method of if every single time I go to the market I make money, then I don't need to
Manila.
work on anything else. I know the
mm-hmm,
market that because it's been working for me. It's and this I found it. You don't want to people typically don't want to go beyond the point of I found it. You don't want it. You want the completion. You don't want the okay, boy. Maybe I have it wrong. What more can I build onto this? It's I finally get it. Well, I got it. No more work at this point. I just gonna do the thing how I've been doing it. Must work.
mm-hmm.
And I think that's a lot of people. Even me at points in life. Through this whole thing, you finally think you're fine, and then wait, did that not work? Or on the thing.
Yeah, boy, that's dangerous, and that's looking for a shortcut. Which is there's nothing wrong with looking for a shortcut, right? There's absolutely nothing
But
wrong
in
with looking
truth,
for a
that's all we ever
shortcut.
do. We just have to
Yeah.
understand. Sometimes we don't have a complete picture, and very often we just don't have the. I don't know actually when it happen next year, but I have ideas about it. Things might
Mm-hmm.
change. Things might happen in a way that the changes I see for next year don't really happen the way I was thinking before.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to go fix up now.
But
So yeah,
that
it's
that 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 little change around, you see, you said like fix up, but for I don't think what people get sometimes is that change might be you go 100 grand and you turn it into 150. You go 150, you turn it into 180. You go 180 and you turn it into 230. You're bad. But if you falter every time a conversation comes up as to
mm-hmm.
how did you know and why did you know, what
Mm-hmm.
are the things, and you falter if
You're not even you can't stop people look for the things you stop looking for why you should know that why that should work out
exactly.
because you found a rhythm and it's really hard to break that.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not fun to break it. And the thing is, you don't have to break it; it will break you,
It will break you.
right? Yeah, yeah, and it will break you. So it will. And there's always, if you think about it, then that also leads into like the doom of the market. So you'll always, if it
Mm-hmm.
breaks you, you'll have people telling you, of course, yeah, man, things bad upon the market. There's never a time where there isn't
Because
somebody
that's their
agreeing with you that,
perspective.
yeah, man, things bad on the market, things terrible on the market.
And
However,
you know easy to fall into because again it's the because buying IPOs for 2 years every single time I go in I get 30% and thing there. No IPOs on the market. So there's no money to be made because I never know say money was to be made outside of the IPOs. So of course there's no more money to be made because the money run from the market because of IPOs.
yeah, but not only that, think about how a lot of people learn about IPOs.
Mm-hmm.
I hear, I hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
Friends say put in $1, sell it at $1.50 or two or three or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. That's how it go. And then worse, I try and it goes so. Oh my God. And shout out to Shan. Shan's third, right? Shan's third
Mm-hmm.
has
Or
taught.
teach them.
Yeah,
Can teach
man.
them.
Shan teach a generation retail investors
How to
how
multiply by 30%.
exactly. And I know what is did he said that, and it's not that it's wrong. It's not wrong at all. It's correct. It's
Yeah.
just
Because nobody understands the context.
yeah,
And
man.
the context
And
was put forward, but it's very quickly, all right, yeah, but I need this to work like this though.
yeah, yeah. So what you mean by it might always go so it might
Mm-hmm.
change. Yeah, yeah. What's happening with I mean speaking about Ari Williams, damn, right? Look at Ari Williams. I saw Ari Williams' latest
Mm.
results. And I was talking that's another thing I was talking about in group where I've spoken about it before, and I think even I spoke about it on Limitless, and you did a Limitless thing episode recently, than I. So when
Mm-hmm.
I had done mine a couple months back, I had said I was talking to Manatee and I'd spoken about Ari Williams and it being, I think, undervalued, overvalued. Sorry, come to the market
Mhm.
at a higher valuation than I'd expected to, and it came and then it went, right? And what I expected to happen happened, and I remember saying on that podcast months ago, or I think maybe they may be more fairly valued based on what I seen at the time. Fairly valued at 40
Mm.
cents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where are they now?
Ja.
I think they when I looked earlier this week, they were at 40 cents. They're at 45 cents now, right? And they put out the last set of results. They put out the recent audited results for the full year. And based on that, and looking at it right now, I'm like, boy, you're rough because I think they may be more like 20 cents at this point with more information from their run rate. But I'm not surprised, right? However, if somebody bought Ari Williams just because I'm hearing about IPO and
Because
that's what
I
I'm
do
getting,
it must bingo.
can you imagine that more than half of their money gone?
Jaja.
And gone in a place and in a way that could have been prevented with just
Mm-hmm.
a simple knowledge. So that I think is one of the major things that we all need to, and we all are better at it. So to bring it back on topic, we are all better at that. No, that's one of the points of the maturing market. I bring it back up, but yeah, the Ari Williams and the whole knowing what is happening versus just following what you think is a rubric like it must go so because it always goes
Mm-hmm.
so is the thing that beats you up, and the way that people get an edge in that sort of situation is being ahead of the curve, understanding the thing, not just talking
How
about it, but
the thing actually go.
yeah, man, understand how the thing actually go. Shay, you haven't had maybe you don't talk to as many people as Dana and I about the market daily, but you are very much in the market still. You do know the stock,
Mhm.
you do know investing, and you also know it as a new investor. So what do you think
What do I think about which part?
about
We discuss
the
about a lot.
yeah, a lot, yeah, geez, we're going way down this tangent. About
Yeah.
the not Ari Williams, I mean maybe Ari Williams too, but about the what you call it, the I don't know. I didn't have a name for that thing, but the knowing versus thinking, versus not even thinking, but just trying a thing. But they pretend it's fine if you're
Well,
trying a thing, but
You
very few
pretending not to
people,
think.
yeah, man, very few people
Because
try a
you
thing and
I
pretend
tell me
you
that
tell us
guess
them,
more
I
than anybody else,
guess
yeah,
if you know that you're just trying a thing, then you have to be prepared for what trying a thing entails, the level of risk.
Mm-hmm.
Because the worst thing you could do for your money is continuously try a thing with it.
oh,
It's going to be probably be very bad for you if you really just have your money and trying a thing repeatedly. Yes, you can try a thing and it works out.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
Uh,
That's fine. Yes, you can try a thing and it works out sometimes, but it's probably not going to work out often. Um, and if you find that you are trying a thing and it's working out more often than it's not, then
Figure out
that
what
just
you're
tells
trying.
me that you are probably using a mental model that you're not
Mm-hmm.
being deliberate about, and it's kind of working, but it could also go very wrong because you're not
Yep, you
being
can refine it.
deliberate.
You
You're
can
not
go so
being
right if you just put into that.
exactly.
Put a little more time into that, into figuring out
Yeah,
what's
you
the
could
thing I've been doing. Why does
be
it work?
exactly, but then what that also means that you could be making a 10% when you could be making 30. If
mm,
you are just more deliberate and more focused.
Mm-hmm.
And if you actually sit down and plan your moves and not just kind of just see what go on,
Wing
you
it.
might yeah, you might do much better. In fact, I know somebody who just based on how his brain works and based on how he communicates and all that, I've repeatedly told him, I need you to come do this stocks thing. I need you to come do it. In fact, like his reasoning, the way he reasons reminds me of Randy.
word.
But he's just not, yeah, just his
How
style
old is he?
of reasoning reminds me of you. Um
How old is he?
he's older than I am. He's like 40 something.
That's that one
Um
that funny thing, Randy.
and he's kinda like, well, I mean I know, I don't know about them something they like. That's a your thing. And I'm
Eh,
like, bro. Like I can tell you just based on how your brain works and how you are in other areas of your
Mhm.
life and other activities. I know if you put some time into this, you would be making money, like real money.
She just call older
Because
than
you
me, you
know
see.
Yeah,
his little
He's older
like
than me. He's
his
40. He's like,
little
you're not older than you guys, though.
no, I said 40 something. Leave me alone.
yeah. But does he invest at all? No, does he invest at all, Courtney?
Yes, he does. And that's my thing, that he's random. Some feel like such and such, and then
Ah,
it happens. You understand?
Mhm.
So I'm like, yeah, you
It's not,
do
it
this
might, it might, it
once,
might be thing
like
I'm just not
once
trying
in
it.
a while and thing. But if you actually put effort into it, this could be like a
Mm-hmm.
real change in your life.
Mm.
Just based on
Go and work
how
on it.
I know your
Maybe him
brain
change his
work
mind.
and how, right? I'm hoping so. He his little half-baked ideas are good ideas. That's what I like.
well, you call a man ideas half baked, damn.
Half baked.
Oh,
Uh,
I know they're half-baked
it-
because he literally just doesn't believe it's something that he can do. He
oh,
doesn't, and he'll say something, and he say, "Yeah, I feel like say this and this are gonna happen," or "Yeah, me like that stock here, me like this one particularly," and that's the one that will move,
hmm,
right? But he's not deliberate about it, and he's not deliberate about buying it when he says, "Oh, I like this one."
yeah,
What do you like? He's not articulating what he likes,
Right.
why he
Yeah,
likes
man.
it. But it, so I think there are other people like that who they have ideas about
I think
how
a
things
lot of people,
work,
there are a
and
lot of people like that.
yeah, but
It's just
they
application of in that direction. It's just
hmm
I'm not thinking
exactly.
about this thing in the way I think about the other things, or there's no strong intention behind it. But you
hmm,
can see
Hmm.
where, boy, yeah, it's like I always say, how engineers are really good in this.
yeah. They tend to be, yeah.
Hmm.
Like, think of the amount of engineer finance billionaires or those
That's true.
heavy money. Very
Hmm.
interesting.
Yeah,
I don't want to say the majority of them, but I mean the richest ones are almost always engineers,
Engineers.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, almost always. I think of Renaissance, but that guy's math. Was Renaissance was he engineer? Math? I know he's straight math.
Mm. See, it's the reason I say what I'm thinking about will be the same thing, because it to me the way they think about things.
hmm
Hmm.
I have to pull things onto a process, because it otherwise if I leave it as it is more complex and it needs to be. So Renaissance guy is very much along that line with how he thinks about things, or how he talks about things, especially.
Well, how he thought.
He appreciated the man sit down and made a mathematical model because he said, "Oh, the market makes sense, and this is the way." And it's proven and just making money.
Well, for decades.
Mm-hmm.
And then you
And
just
the
stop.
and the big part is how the model changes.
Yeah.
Despite all that, he's not stopping at yo, I have the market down to an equation. It's I have the market down to these set of equations, and I need to watch these things changing over time to really get up and say. So he's looking at variables. So
Hmm.
these things have changed for the outcome I'm looking for, and this is the way I get to that outcome. So watch that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's dead now, so R.I.P.
Mm-hmm.
But again, decades, and it's something that if you hear the conversations happening just normally without people necessarily thinking it through, you'd think, or you'd hear, oh, that can be done.
Mm-hmm.
But he has done it for decades. No, I think no losses I don't or ever. There are a couple of them that I follow that I mean he died, so he went out on top.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, again, you're either an engineer or something really esoteric in math that he was
Mm-hmm.
doing. But not to say that you have to have any of those things. The point I think that I was making there is that is
It's just
the
at the end of
thinking,
the
it's a
day,
type of thinker.
when you presented with certain things, how do you think about it? What do you
Yeah.
do with all the chaos, and how do you bring it down to
hmm
where this makes sense, and what should I be doing to get what I want out of this thing? Yeah,
Yep.
and it's so funny because I think it's not limited to the market. Like in investing space, it's not limited to the stock market. There's also other markets. Like people always talk about the bond market, the boring old bond market. And I think why that's easy to get in a lot of ways is, well, because they're very defined. The thing I'm actually investing against is pretty defined. This person can pay me money XYZ amount of time. I know how well they're doing. And if some of money them can pay me when XYZ happens, and I know all of the things that can ruin my money. So you can predict a lot of things. You can predict a lot of things within the bond market. And then that also makes it look that if you think about that as well, there's a reason the stock market is a bigger money maker than the bond market when you think about that. There's more opportunity for profit because there's less I know say XYZ go so. Yeah.
And yeah. Well, I really I want to bring it I want to bring
The
it to
topic.
So the topic,
yeah
the
the
micro
topic, but
market guys.
I
I
thought about.
I mean, but that's
I,
we're
so
there
I
because you think
yeah.
about that as well. We have a bond
Mm-hmm.
market coming. We have we call it the micro market. These are things when Randy did talk about bond market and micro market in 2017. Who the horses, bro? It's still a junior market.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
and look where we are now.
I remember that don't make no sense. Why we need a bond market that work like that? Our bond market is barely anywhere. We don't need it to be tradable. Or why we need a micro market? The junior market is small enough. We can have smaller than that, and then no, we're there. We're at the point where we're talking about it. We're doing it, and we
What
talk about RPL already today, and that's what I thought as well because that to me is a fact. The thing that is happening there in the sense of people can go to XYZ and they can. There are certain people that have predicted profit on RPL and
mhm.
done it for a certain amount of time because of certain movers within the market. That wasn't the case 5 years ago, bro. I mean,
Mhm.
if it was the case, the fact that he's more than Mayberry just doing that. That's great. That still blew my mind to see a market where boy you have funds that are active and looking for look at the market and say, all right, how do I make my money here? When I remember when I was at VM, and a brother they said to me, if you could do things like that, go to Mayberry. And that was one of the guys working on the unit trust.
Really? Oh wow,
So
damn.
so he was like, oh cool, the active thing I do for myself, but it's not you're not going to see that at a house if you don't go to Mayberry. And Mayberry does it their own way, of course. I don't think they do it their own way. So yeah.
But isn't that the funny thing? I mean, everybody kind of do it their own way.
That's
That's
that's that's what you do it, right?
yeah,
But
that's kind of
yeah.
it. Everybody does it their own way. Um, Not only does everybody do it their own way, but you kind of have to develop your own way to do it because that's how you
Mm-hmm.
allow yourself to grow along with the space. And
Mm-hmm.
another is linked to that point I said to another girl group member today about the market not having the market happen to you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Understand that we are part of the market not just happening to us. So,
Mm-hmm.
the share price that just happened, the NCB don't never just drop go 20 odd and then jump, fly back up, go, or I don't know what it is, probably
Miracles.
still 40.
Magic.
It's not magic. Share prices. I tried to deliberately not speak like that also.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because of what speaking like that it does. Is you speak
Yeah,
they speak about the
it's each
share price
talk like
like
that.
it's
And
magic.
then
Yeah, man.
there's somebody else that hearing the conversation. Either they don't understand how you understand, or they're thinking about a different way already. So you're just reinforcing the magic when you get up and say, yeah, say that they go on. NCB fly up.
Fly up.
Yeah, and then and then what happens? Two things is that one, their conversation continues to happen like that, right? They
Mm-hmm.
continue to have that kind of oh, this happening and that happened, blah blah blah. But they speak about it as if it's magical. There is no link between the share price and actual actions. It's almost catch it before it reach. Like the share
Before
price
it
is not
reach.
magic. Yeah,
Because the
man.
price just come out, bro. The price must move.
No rhyme or reason. And
So I
just
gotta go buy it up.
Exactly.
But
And
it's a PE discussion. It's like the reason like that would be imagine. I think we had a part of discussion on earnings season once. But I remember. I think I remember your response to me one time. But imagine if the price does move, right? Because every PE must be 20. Right. So the value of the thing is not determined by who is buying. It's by the ratios must be in thing. Then. So if the PE is
Perfect.
20. And the thing I laughed at just now was your response to me at the time was, imagine then you'd still have to predict the profit.
yeah, yeah.
Because you have to say next month the PE going to be next week, next 3 months the PE going to be X, Y, Z in the results release, and I have to get up and figure out is it more or less here. So at the end of the
Hmm.
day, you'll be working with what people value
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Yeah.
And you find that people tend to think of well, they tend to avoid that part of the conversation. Still, that part of the conversation that involves it is the hard part. It's the annoyingly hard part. It's the so after all, I'm trying to find a way where I don't have to guess. Like somebody say, you know what you do is not investing. You're speculating because you don't know. So I go,
Mm-hmm.
oh, but investing is when you know,
It's
right?
called insider trading.
Yeah, or the yeah, on the PE point, I often get asked, like especially with regards to MMJA, how do you, I don't really like PE. Why you don't use a forward PE? I go, that sounds nice, and maybe I'm not as good a businessman as I should be because to me, selling people something knowing that you can't deliver it or doing it just because you know that they want it, that sort of
Mm-hmm.
pandering, I hate that sort of thing. I hate that
Mm-hmm.
sort of pandering. Um, but it's
You
sometimes it's in good
the
business.
forward PEs
Say that again?
and start calculating the forward PEs,
Yeah.
predicting again,
So,
speculating. Imagine.
exactly. But then I said to people, okay, the forward PE, what you use to calculate the forward PE? Oh, I know the price, PE ratio, price to earnings ratio. So, and we're predicting price as the growth that we want, really. So you need the other factor. You need the other factor, all right? It's three. Is that you're
Fact, you know,
triangulating it. In fact,
there's
being
more than thing there. It was really that much more money. So.
yeah, being more accurate, actually, scientifically accurate, numerically
Mm-hmm.
accurate anyway. It's a triangulation thing. You have three factors. You have the ownership of the company, the shares. You have
Mm-hmm.
the um, earnings. I have the price. You
Mm-hmm.
want the price. You know the shares. So you have for you. You need a third factor. Oh, I like PEG. I like growth PE. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
What you use? What's your basis for growth? Then the waffling always start.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then people start because yeah, sure. You're telling me that it's easier for you to predict, which it might be easier for you to predict GK's sales for 2026 than it is for you to predict GK's share price for 2026.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying it. I'm wondering. I don't know which one is easier in the way that, like, the jokes aside, which one do we
Oh
consider
yeah,
to be
yeah.
easier?
That's the thing that ran through my mind. In my head, I was like,
Yeah, that it becomes interesting now.
but then think about the thing. I think then is you are willing to do that much work to figure out the share price, the
Hmm.
figure out the thing that figure out
Profit.
the sales
Yeah.
because in a day now you're figuring it out. There's no we're not getting marks on are we right about the profit next quarter.
Ooh.
So there's actually nothing much to. So you imagine putting all that in figuring it out, and then you're encounter with the truth that maybe that just won't lose your price this time.
Well, do you
So
are you
if you make money off a prediction,
are
then
you
you
are
have to
you
prevention of a lottery and that. But as it is right now, there's no points for that.
yeah.
How much money was GK making 10 years from now? Imagine putting all the work in figuring that out. Only to realize, I mean, even if you're right about it, it doesn't necessarily mean the thing that can actually impact your pocket.
Mm.
And you say maybe you work for GK and them and you know end of the day you're the production guy. But
Yeah, if you're not doing that, then what?
you might, if you get all that work, you might as well do all the other work and figure out the other thing, the actual thing that you're investing against.
Exactly. I don't know, Shay, what you think? What you think about this? I hope we're not going. You also
No, no,
a
no,
good.
no. I guess as you guys were talking, then questions kind of started to pop into my head around the whole,
Yeah,
because you guys were talking about speculation and prediction a lot. And in my head, I was like, well, if we're, the topic is maturing markets, and I thought about whether or how the level of maturity of the market in, I
hmm
guess, the textbook definition would affect things like predictability. So that's kind of where my mind went as you were talking, and even with the use of quants, um, and just how predictable does it get in a, say, a developed market versus something like maybe ours.
yeah. Well, no,
Um,
that's a good question. First of all,
sorry.
ask. I mean, you're there for a reason. Ask. If you have the question, ask, because as I always say, it's unlikely that you're the only person with that question.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. So ask that question. That's a good question. If anything we're saying, sometimes Dana and I will go off in these tangents, or
Oh,
worse
I
if we
know.
worse if we understand each other, and
Mm-hmm.
everybody else might not be along, and people lost, and I don't want that. So yeah, please ask. Definitely ask. So
Right.
first you're saying I don't want to lose all of them. First, what's the first question that you're having around what we're saying?
So the first question would be, maybe, is prediction more or easier in markets that are more developed or more mature? And
Oh,
how is it different? How is it different, and why is it different?
no, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Um, no. No, it's in no way, shape, or form easier. It's just as difficult. In fact, the Jamaica, I always say that one of the reasons why I love the JC and the JC is good is because how I put it was the effort to reward ratio.
Probability.
Yeah,
Oh
man.
yeah.
Yeah, the effort to reward ratio of the local market is much kinder to the investor. In other words, let's say if you think of working hard to make money on the stock market as a scale of 1 to 10, if you put in the level of work of a 4 on the US market, the level of profit that you'll get, just speaking obviously very generally here, is more often than not lower than the level of profit you would get if you put in the level of work of a 4 on the Jamaican market. Yeah.
I
If you
agree.
put in the level of work at an 8 out of 10 on the US market, the level of profit that you can make is still probably lower than the level of profit you can make on the Jamaican market, putting in a 8. And we're talking about profit here as actual, like how I talk about profit, right? So profit, if I give you $2 and I get back $3, I have made 50% profit. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, along those lines, it's about the same. And you have the same. I think one of the funniest things for me getting deeper into the US market was the realization of how similar it is to the Jamaican market. The same things get said, the same cussing happen. Oh, investors don't have no sense. Retail investors get the whole of the blame same way. Oh, Nvidia posts earnings and it's a beat ready for the share
Indeed.
price go
Don't tell me.
down. Yet no, same way. You want to
That's
hear something?
crazy.
The only thing I have not heard is APO. Is the APO noise, meaning on the more mature markets, on the US market, it's not even a question. It's known that a dilutive secondary offer.
The things they have to do to convince to get that happening is interesting. The thing that the same you said this I found interesting. I was looking at that with the same kind of costing. right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of commentary on it. But they speak of it as so we think we here we say on the US market this would never happen. For them
Yeah.
it's back then this would never happen.
Hold on. All right, since we went there, I think we kind of ran ahead. Did we ever say what we mean by the maturing market or mature market or
You want to hear something funny? I haven't even technically officially started the thing yet because I didn't even go. I haven't even gone to video or anything like that because so many things being alright. But I actually think I can do that. I can try one time now just because I want us also to be live via video. So let me cross
Mhm.
our fingers and
It's funny because this is the worst time because I kind of have to move, so I can move with the phone, but I won't be having it for a little bit of a while then.
all right, no problem. But bear in mind your sound by the way. So mute and unmute when
Yeah,
you're
man.
talking. All right, so let me just go live now. So welcome. If you although you've probably been here for the early one, welcome to this week's Brick Talk again for the people again who have been here. And as usual, we have a wonderful, hopefully wonderful topic with a hopefully interesting twist for this month's not about this month, well, it's the end of the month, but this month's and this week's Brick Talk topic. We're talking about the maturing market. And it's a point that I thought was a great point to really get into. I'm Randy RTO on Twitter. Danai, if you were on earlier, you'd have heard Danai. He'll be back. He's still here. You can hear us and he'll jump in from time to time. But if you're watching us, you're not going to see Danai. And of course, Shay. Shay, you can introduce yourself again. Well, last time, don't worry. Last time this week, at least.
Hi, I'm Shay Miller. Okay, that's fine.
And
Shay
that's
Miller,
that's more than good enough.
currently labor psychologist, as I said before. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, man. And so, and of course, I'm Randy. I invest, teach people how to invest, and I do a bunch of things, including My Money JA, who is also one of our wonderful sponsors. MyMoneyJA.com. No, this week we're talking, oh, and of course, nothing that's said on the show should be considered to be investment advice. We're not giving investment advice. Only Dana is a licensed investment advisor and he's not acting as an advisor while he's on the show. So welcome, although I suspect most of you have been here before. If you're watching this in the future, I hope things are good your side. So anyway, the maturing market. Shay, you made a great point a while ago. Have you spoken about it? Have you explained what it is? So what I mean when I say, the maturing market, really I was looking at what was happening with the
Hmm.
JSC. I was looking at some as I've been doing a lot of JC level conversations for the last 2 weeks, and also I've been going through a lot of documents for the last 2 weeks, and part of it along the way, looking at some of the things, had me realize just how mature our market has gotten. And as always, a little bit of tongue in cheek with it, right? Um, One of my pet peeves is always hearing about how the Jamaican market, this, that is not good enough, it's not at that level, blah, 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 whether good or bad. Um, and I am a staunch advocate for the local market. I'm a staunch advocate for the JC. Even sometimes maybe when I shouldn't be, I am. But I love the our market. I love Jamaica, and I can't help but to be there. So I thought of how our market has matured over the years. And I thought, hey, let's do an episode on it. And so what I mean by the matured market, I mean the entirety of the market. So some of the points you made earlier, Shay, I was smiling because I'd said that, we are also the market, we're the people in the market. And so we have also matured as we've moved along, right? And you
Oh
asked a
yeah.
question a while ago about the US markets. And so you asked a question about the US markets. And as saying that, one of the biggest quote unquote surprises that I had in doing anything on the US market was just the realization of how similar it is. The principles of investing, the concept of investing is the same across any and every market. I haven't come across a market yet in which the same principles don't apply. The principles apply. It's the same stuff across every market. It might look different, or it might be, the US market is faster than the Jamaican market. You have a lot more options. Some places in the crypto markets, it never closes 24/7. In the Forex market, it's the same thing. You have to wear pajamas, you have to do all kind of things. But the principles behind it is always the same. And so the Jamaican market, I think, like many people, I want it to mature, but it has also matured and it continues to mature, right? And I'll also point out that I didn't make a big deal of it because I didn't put out any other episode posters early, but I did throw together a poster that has a couple of hidden, well, not hidden, but elements in there. And as usual, I encourage people to join us. If you want to jump in on the conversation, send a speaking request. And I do have beginner grow tomorrow. So two things. One, anybody that I've told that you won a prize where you get a grow discount, please DM me. If we start, there's one person with DM and then you just went dead. Like I actually needed to finish so I can do the housekeeping to give you the discount. And two, if you can guess, let me see, if you can guess and tell me at least, I will say at least accurately, at least 6 of the things. Yeah, at least here for every one of the things that you get right, for every one of the things that you get right in the image, and this is open to everybody, but you do have to send a speaking request on Twitter, and when we accept, and you tell us for each of the things that you get right, I will take 5% off a grower session. So you get that discount for there are a bunch of things in there. So it can actually be a pretty big discount. But for each of them that you get right, just allow everybody a chance to, you don't have to get it all right, but you can participate. For each of the things that you get right, I will give 5% discount. Yeah. And so there are a bunch of things in there related to the market. As
That's
long as
fun.
you get all of them, yeah, as long as you get all of them right, I'll give 5% off for each of them. And I in here calculating in the back of my mind, I'm going, is that what the hell are you doing? Five is too big. Why did you say five? Five, but
Randy
hey, I've said
sound
five, so I'm
crazy.
sticking with it. Yeah, I'm sticking with it. I'm
Yep.
sticking to my word. And so the next grow, by the way, is tomorrow. And grow, you can learn. It stands for Grow Rich with Research. You can learn how to invest on the market and also how to invest not just on the local market, but it gives you a concept and an understanding of investing that I would like to think is one of the best out there. I put a lot of work, a lot of energy into it, but I've also heard over the years of having done it. I've also heard and seen the impact that it has had on people who have done it. So if you want to that, if you don't want a discount, feel free to just go to evermickle.com/grow, GRWR, and you can just grab your spot at tomorrow. The next session is literally tomorrow. So if you want to this, you can go to evermickle.com/GRWR and you can learn. But if you participate, if you send a speaking request, and if you get for every one of the hints in the image that you get right, you get 5% off. And I would have to handle, if you want to do it tomorrow, you can also do this tonight. And I did the whole discounting for you tonight, and you'll get tomorrow's session discounted however you want. So that's me getting the housekeeping out of the way. And now I'm going right back to our topic, the maturing market. Whew, holy power. I've forgotten where we were before that, though.
I
Um,
know.
yeah, I forgot where we were before that.
Oh, we were just
But yeah,
putting it
well, tell me
in
what it
what
means
you actually mean. What
by, oh, yeah, what I actually mean by the
mat
maturing market. Well,
yes, go ahead.
no, I was just making it clear it's the entirety of the market. So there's lots of things about the market that have matured, and there are other things that are maturing, and I think they're worth us looking at. I think they're worth us paying attention to. The JSC, I think
Mhm.
I don't think of them as a quiet giant, but they can be considered a quiet giant, and within the region, they are definitely a quiet giant. Or a giant, I don't know if they're quiet, but they are a giant when it
Mhm.
comes to their product. I mean, the stock market. I don't know a better one in the Caribbean. If you do, let me know. We have other people from other countries that are participating here, and who knows? Who knows? Hopefully, it will get us to the dream of the Caribbean exchange. Um, and if it is, we will drive. What will drive it will be the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So,
I
material
believe
market,
so.
yeah, man, includes everything. I've yapped enough. So go through, Shay. What does this mean to you? What elements of the market have you seen mature, and what elements maybe you would like to see mature
I
or mature
think
more?
some of the elements that I've seen in terms of maturity is I think more focus is on main market now than when I first started in retail space. So I think
Mm,
that's probably one of them. So main market, large cap um stocks, and more focus on dividends. That's another one that I've noticed. That's
Mm,
more probably more reflective of of a mature market. And I I don't know if our markets have become more tied to global trends or global economy. I don't know. I don't have a long. I guess I'd have to read about how things used to be or whatever. But I think that if I was here longer, I'd be in a better place to compare it. Um, but I'd say maybe more people down here are paying attention to global economy. I don't know, maybe.
well, I mean,
But definitely the dividends thing, and definitely the more people, more eyes on main market
a lot more eyes
is
on the main
something
market.
is are two things I've yeah, I've noticed that wasn't the case when I got in at all. So
Hmm.
that's different. I also noticed as well that I don't know if this is a function of the maturity, but it could be. I've noticed that there are less wild swings, or there are fewer wild swings in stock, a lot of the stock prices. I, I,
Oh, okay.
I don't, I don't, how do I explain it?
No, say it how you feel, and then we can see.
I don't want to say that it's more stable, but I guess the waves are not as big. So the volatility, I don't know how to explain it. I
Mm.
don't know. You get what I'm saying?
I think I do. I mean, you don't have to get it all right. Remember, what things we're not perfect on this, so you don't have to
Mm-hmm.
get it all right. But yeah, you mean you're thinking. I think what you're saying is that there is less volatility recently. Or what time period do you
I
mean
don't
when
even
you
know
when
if
you?
that's a fair thing to say. I don't
I
know if
don't know if
that's
it
a fair
is
thing to say,
either.
because there is volatility, there is.
There's a lot of value
Um,
in volatility. In fact,
there exactly there is.
there's a significant amount of value in
Um,
volatility.
but I think maybe as well it has to do with the way I am investing, so that would affect what I look at and what I see.
Well, tell us what you mean, because that's another thing I said that the market also we are the market. People are the
Mm-hmm.
market. The market players are the market. So we have also been maturing. One thing that came up in while I was talking about stocks in the grow group. One of the things that I've been talking about recently, I was saying that a lot of these companies I suspect are very, in some ways, probably very annoyed with the retail investors getting sharper.
You know what I
They
want
used
to
to.
ask as well? I wanted to ask, because you've been here longer than I have. The whole like month end and quarter end thing, and the predictable gains and thing. Was that always like that, or i- is that
Yeah, it's always been, there has always been some amount of quarterly rise, and the shrewd investors would always been able to bank on it certain ways in certain
mm-hmm,
stocks. You know, Pam has been around for a long time, um, and Pam is the only one.
mm-hmm,
Uh, but it is more pronounced now because there are more players now. I don't know if maybe like in the 90s or in the pre-FinSac days, it was more like this. And by the time I get sense and start looking at this stuff, it is what it is. And the market has never been as big as it is now anyway. So it is at its largest now. Uh,
mm-hmm,
so, so yes, there have always been predictable periodic swings, but it was more quarter
mm-hmm,
end, definitely more year end. People, mark to market side of
mm-hmm,
things, they always have, you have to protect your book, right? But now, with the rise of the retail, there is significantly more
mm-hmm,
retail impact, active retail impact. There's more of us in the market. There's more options
Oh yeah.
now in the market in terms of investment options. But yeah, it has been. So to answer your question simply, yes, it has always been around, but it's more pronounced now, especially things like the monthly moves.
Mm-hmm.
Even the monthly moves have always been around,
Mm-hmm.
but either from maybe more people paying attention to it, or just I think it's just there's just more activity now.
Mm-hmm. I was I was wondering, is that more characteristic of a mature market, or is it more characteristic of an emerging
Um,
market, kind of, or like
mm,
something just coming up,
I mean,
or
overall, I'll tell you something. I'll just
is
point
that
it out.
just has nothing to say?
No, it's a sign of a maturing market. It's market activity. Increase in market activity is always good. Again, these share prices aren't
Mm-hmm.
magic, they don't move by magic. So an increase in activity is always good.
Facts.
There's always some level of good to an increase in activity. And we've had a significant increase in activity. I spoke about it last week when I was talking about that article that was in the Gleaner and how it made the JC seem like if I didn't know better, you'd have looked like the JC was going through a rough time. It's just because if you pay attention to the actual numbers and so on, you could see that things are actually great at the company, right? Um, so yeah, it's a great sign. It's a great sign. It's a sign of a maturing market, definitely increasing activity, and there are also just significantly more options now. Then I mentioned it earlier. I said Dana is back. Then I mentioned it earlier
Mm-hmm.
when he spoke about when we were talking about uh, we were talking about bonds a couple of years back. Let's say I don't I think it was maybe during COVID. I was very excited about bonds, maybe 2021, 2022 whereabouts. And the joke privately between us was me hearing that I don't know how bonds work. And where's the basis? What's the basis that they're saying that from? But
What?
anyway, well, no, anybody can say anything, right? Talk is cheap. But I made a point to say that look at where we are now with the bond market. Like what we're talking now, there's literally a bond IPO out, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like what is it, 1.5 billion from
Yeah.
Mayberry.
There's like almost always one nowadays.
That is the sign to me. That is one of the real signs of the maturity
Mm-hmm.
there, Shay. That is one of the signs of the
Maturing.
maturity
Mm-hmm.
of the market. Meaning, you said there's almost always one because
Mm-hmm.
we've gone through a series of bond raises recently. But Parita listed how much billion in both USD and JND.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and what the thing I say that to me is a real sign of maturity with the market is the fact that like the latest Barita, not the Barita, the latest Mayberry one, Mayberry raise is pretty much a re-up.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the signs of
Yes.
the maturity for me. The fact that I
I
come
think
and
that's
borrow
where
from you,
mature for you.
I repaid, and here I'm back
Mm-hmm.
again. And the values are different.
Once
Look at
more.
when Mayberry did the very yeah man. Look at when Mayberry did the very first one. What was the top yield? What was the top rate on the first one? That I remember, was it 12% or the over 12%?
12.5, I believe, was the top.
Yeah.
Was
I
it?
think
12.5.
Hold on.
I think it was
Bonberry.
more than 12.
More than 12?
But
Let's check.
the point I'm
Was
trying to
it
make
more
is
than
that
12, you know? It
look at
was.
the
I'm thinking 12.5. Check. Let's check.
okay.
The idea, to me, a big deal for me, I thought, is the bonds never used to talk to regular people, bro. And what
Hmm.
ordinary money people are getting a bond, nothing. No, but
Mm-hmm.
you read it to the point where you publish the financials and blah blah to the prospector. When, bro?
Mm.
You used to be a hear about a bond. Or they're raising money and you don't even know it, and you're seriously it closed.
Like have
Because
nothing.
it does not, your pocket not in that
That's true.
conversation.
Has nothing to do with us.
They do have your
No,
email for a certain reason. So you know, you
nothing
have the
to
money
do
there.
with us.
It's like
A small team raising the money and then go about their business. Like, not my business. So no, it's come on, come out. You want some bonds? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yep. It's a it's a mark change, yeah. And I like that. I like mark that's in MARKED. And I like that the first one, it was so one thing that maybe I was good at doing it is saying, pushing it to the public.
Mm-hmm.
And we're on
Mm.
record
Oh
as
yeah.
saying that we will know that it has started to work, meaning that we as investors are maturing and the market is continuing to mature. When I think my exact words were when another broker, when a company other than Mayberry and a broker,
Mm-hmm.
a company other than a Mayberry link company and a broker other than a Mayberry link broker participates and lists
Mm-hmm.
their bonds on the public market.
Yeah.
Bear in mind that during this
I
time,
remember you saying that.
yeah, man, it might have been a growth thing, it might have been an advanced growth thing, but enough time has passed. I can't say it publicly. But bear in mind that in all of this, the there have been other raises by companies, and they just choose to keep the bonds private.
Private. Yep.
Yeah, they just chose to keep the bonds private. Then I think the first one was VM.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah,
believe
v,
it was. Yeah.
VM moved some things. I think they moved some off the private market onto the board. They listed some. They listed some things on the market, and that's not a light. That's not a light thing. That in itself was a sign that different broker with a completely different company, but they're doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had Barita
Barita.
coming in now and doing the same thing, doing their own raise and for a large amount, how much billion
Mm-hmm.
in both Jamaican and US dollars. And that's an entire market. No, we're at a point now, I think we have 14 listings on the bond market,
Mm-hmm.
including three on the US bonds, on the USD bond market. So
Yep.
people, Jamaicans love the US dollars. They have two Barita bonds.
Fancy, USD only.
Exactly. And the ECL bonds, all on the Jamaican market, and they're all publicly traded. Now, the funny thing I notice is that, well, I don't know if this, yeah, I always want everything now, but you can't always have it all now. They're not, they don't trade that often, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
And
they,
no, more
yeah,
usage shall be found. I
eh,
just go and build out the market. And like the thing I look at is these are these are some of what I would consider like the more active IPO brokers.
mm,
Have recent listings, the type that I will think will continue to list more things. So the fact that they list their things, I work with a company and in 2 months, on them IPO, 2 years down the line, they want some debt, and we
mhm,
say, yo, the public thing work for you. Then that's an option, and then more and more things will come out of it. But it have to start. The fact
yeah,
that ECL have anything there, that's the same situation. ECL, Mayberry, IPO client, here they are raising bonds publicly.
yeah, it is, yeah. And on the flip side, like I was saying this before you came at, then I was saying, well, I waited till you came out to talk about it to say that one of the points I was making also this week was around the fact that a lot of the market players must be annoyed at
Mm-hmm.
at the maturity, although I'm sure they don't think of it that way,
Mm-hmm.
but the
No.
maturity of the investing public.
Oh yeah, yeah, bro.
Like,
I mean, the,
pesky
the thing is,
retailers.
the market changing is the people changing. Like, I'm not
Exactly.
when we say, oh, we're talking about, oh, the market will change next year. This, you have to make sure you're changing your mindset around it. It's not
Hmm.
because some equations on JSC's computer that changes things. It's not because the people doing different things because them seeing different value out of different things, or they might like the different like you can join them again. Everybody's favorite things this year is dividend and NCB, and how people speak about it in varying ways. But boy, I get some dividends. This thing paying dividends. Like the reason we can look at it and say, so much people come and tell you, "Oh, that's the thing I'm jumping to." Boy, if it pay dividends, I'm jumping there and trying to make and da 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 da. That's a common thread across the market. That's way stronger in a way than it was 3 years ago. In fact,
Hmm.
we used to hear people talk about dividends as two ways. maybe I'll break it big and I'll find this company that pays dividends really good, and but I don't actually do that. I don't actually find it yet, but maybe it'll happen. I hear about guys that did it with Carreras back in the day, and that's so good. They're making some good money on Carreras dividends and whatever. And then you have the boy, they pay me dividends at 2 cents, and them show the picture on Twitter. And that was a dividend conversation.
Mhm.
Now it's which company I pay big dividends? Jamaica dividends good enough. Boy, them pay dividends again. I'll be there. I'm not saying my Jamaica because I've been paying them dividends every year. That's people in the market changing, looking for something else.
Yep. Yep. And acting along those lines too,
Mm-hmm.
even if they don't always know it. And then there's also
Mm-hmm.
the increasingly the savviness of the investors, right? I don't know. I know that it must be annoying because a lot of the things that you used to be able to just tell investors about, they can't do it no more, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just tell them, well, you can, but they're not buying it anymore,
Mm-hmm.
right? It was easier to sell the whole crowd on a one idea on used to be able to just sell on the name of a company and or on the on the on the name of a company or on I know this thing and I'm telling you. I listen to
Mm-hmm.
whatever my advisor said. No, you have advisors like that I independent, causing people to be able to get bespoke experience. I pay for it, but if I pay for it, I get that bespoke experience. The benefit for that is I know I'm not getting told the same thing that everybody that walk into XYZ broker's office gets told, which is what happens when you walk into pretty much every broker. You're getting sold the sell list for that week or the sell
The,
list
the,
for that
Or
month.
the,
worse, they
again,
ask
what the
you.
thing, what the thing that I found very interesting is the broker advisor experience seemed to be something they're pulling back on. A lot of advisors are no longer advising anymore. A lot of clients now
They
open
don't
accounts
call
at
them that
places and they're
anymore.
like,
I'm
we
trying to
don't we
remember the
don't
last
do
thing
the
I
advisor.
saw.
Yeah, you don't have an advisor. Yeah,
Say that again, Shay.
They're calling them something different now. I remember seeing it the other day and I was like, wait, hmm. I don't remember what it is. I have to try to remember who was like they changed the name of the
And
role, I guess.
I
no,
remember.
is everybody have an advisor on their account. That's not the case everywhere now.
No, they're not calling
They say
them
they open an
anymore.
account, they don't get a call, they don't know anybody there. It's just I send my money, send the email, and everything get you as I need it to. I don't have an advisor.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
heard that
man, but
many
what I'm
times.
saying
Or
is
the guy
even
used to
with
work
their
with is
oh,
not there anymore and he said
they're
nobody else coming.
so they're assigning somebody, but they're not calling the person an advisor. So that's
Mhm.
what I mean. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Well,
But
that
that's
would predict
cool.
why you think that's done. Why you think that they're doing that?
Bro, you're not advising me on nothing. Just let's be serious. So you know what? I'm
That
okay with that. And I think that also uh I guess takes some of the responsibility or accountability off them.
Mm,
Because you know what? I'm not your
I don't,
advisor.
in some ways,
I'm
yes,
not
but I
even
don't.
called that.
Would I say that? Because I mean, if you are an actual advisor, I mean, you're a broker, you're an advisor through the license of your broker.
yeah.
Then end of the day, like, that's the role. Like, you have certain things within that role, and
Hmm.
can't talk to a client, and it's just not, and it's it just okay. There's no actual weight there. I don't. That's a real situation you can have.
It is
But then
a
it
real
can't.
situation you can have.
That depends on your what you sign and the thing, don't it? On your client agreement thing. There. So
All
that's
right.
fair.
No, well, hold on. Let me say this. Now, under the law, there are certain levels of the fiduciary responsibility cannot be removed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the
The,
fiduciary
the thing I'm talking about specifically is what the actual relationship the person will have with that employee.
there is that. So if I tell you that you're a customer of my brokerage, well, I did not assign you an advice. I didn't give you any advice. Maybe I sent you um, the weekly or the monthly, or what the newsletter. What we think is good. But you'll notice at the bottom of that them say this is not advice, and they're not giving you advice. The advice that the brokerage also will tell you that. No, why would they be doing that? I believe it's because, I don't really want to have to deal with the reality of having
I tell this man to do this thing.
exactly because and in many ways, then you and I are to quote unquote blame for that because I know that a lot of the work that I was doing and still do is around making people understand that part of a mature market, part of what it means to be a mature market, means that you need to understand what you're doing and understand what the experts in the space are actually doing. And
Mm-hmm.
the job of the experts in the space is to do the thing. Now, what is the thing? Everybody know in them core what the thing is, even though we don't want to say. You have to predict profit.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the truth. No, if I'm running a business, and let's be honest, this part of my business is not very good at doing the thing that people expect it to do. I'm gonna
Understand?
tell them all kinds of things that it can't do. And it gets harder, right? So she comes to me and she says, I want 20% on top of my million that my granny gave me for Christmas last year. I want 20% in 1 year on top of the million. So I want 1.2 million, right? Because she want at the end of the year, she want gift herself a gift. She want pay down on a house, a $12 million house, and that's a 10%, right? Cool. End of the year comes, and based on what the advisor has told her, she's now down 12%. She didn't go to you for it to be down. She came to you for it to be up, and she told you clearly what it was she wants. She gave you a time. She gave you a percentage. You gave her some advice, and it's done. No, that can happen. Not saying that that can't happen. Eh, you don't. You're not. You are predicting, so it can happen. However, if you have like a Danai, where like that's what he's doing. That's his only thing. He's not part of a big organization that's doing 10 different things and trying to sell you something. That's just all he's doing when the thing was happening that was causing it to be down, you link that again, or you had a second session with him and him tell you to rework your portfolio a certain way, or you listen to him the first time and when he told you what to do, you told him you wanted the 20%, and him say, boy, that might be a little steep, but let me try. I don't know if Dana will say that, but let's say that in this case, Dana does. And you listen to him and you get the 20 or the 30 or the 40%. You get it early too. You don't even get in a year, you get in 3 months. Having a Dana is also having somebody who will tell you, yo, you remember you asked me for 20% and you're looking at 30%. Yeah, but it could go up more. Sure, it could go up more, but you asked for 20% and you're getting the 20%. That voice, that personal advice is good and is good from both ends, both to tell you what to go in and both to tell you when to, hey, you've got the thing, remember, come out, or if you're
Let's
still in there,
go.
that's on you. Yeah, he's not there to stop you or prevent you from making losses. But if you ask for the directions and him give you the directions and you follow the directions and you get the thing you want plus more, if you didn't listen, that's on you. That's not him breaching his fiduciary duty. That's
You know, when
you. That, that's you breaching your greed duty. What you said it again, Danai?
man asked me what I had the podcast. We talked about something like that, and the question they asked was, "What's different between?" And you said that you think of things different from other advisors.
Mm-hmm.
When they say that, I don't know if I said it exactly like that, but I think that's a big part of it. It's the we're doing something here, we're working with something. I mean, I know the experience in a lot of places. I can't say it's everybody's experience, but it just seems like they say send out the newsletter.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell there's a lot of advisors to swear by the newsletter, bro. Like they've never
So,
checked.
uh-huh.
So that there's no. So to me, it's almost like I don't really. It's two things. Maybe they don't feel like a responsibility in that way, or they truly do swear by the newsletter. Like they think the newsletter right. They think they don't think the newsletter is predicting. They think the newsletter is telling you what's going to happen, and
Mm,
it's not. There's no maybe can't go so in right. It's almost like when you don't go so, then the market wrong, bro.
yeah. So I spot that evolution over the years. I saw it happening this way. One, yeah, them swear by it, but two, the companies leaned into that. Okay, I'm telling you here, it's we have an arm of the business, and the arm of the business is supposed to do that at its core. And we're now dealing with increasingly mature investors. These investors are increasingly mature and they're expecting a level of service and a level of quality and a level of return on their money that they weren't expecting before. We never used to have to that. Them used to give you the money. I put now we tell them
Say
save it
no
for 5 or 10 years, and them know how it go when the 10 year reach.
fixed deposit, my
Retirement.
brother.
Yeah,
Fixed deposit.
exactly. But no,
Yeah.
these guys are coming to me
Yeah,
and saying, "Hey,
10% in 10 years.
Shay,
Dividend.
Shay,
Shit, I've heard that. Shit, you know, say we didn't have problems before. Them tell me say you
What?
and Shanice online I talk about how much money they want to make them want to do that too.
yeah."
And I go say, you know, make you,
Oh,
I cannot make you into Shay and Shanice. I can tell you where they went. I can tell you what they look at. And I can,
Hmm.
yo, you want to learn. Do this XYZ. Do the grow
Hmm.
up. Maybe you join the group.
yeah.
Say, yo, you make sure you ask the question. Bro, after people that join the group, my other time is, yo, make sure you ask the question, like talk. Because
Hmm.
you put up, sometimes you actually somebody that's not new to the group. Like they've been in the group, whatever, but I
Hmm.
realize conversation you bring into me here, you dodge it when 10 man did talk about the same thing.
Yeah.
Wait to ask me about it. Yo, you found that 10 people were doing the thing you want to do. You don't know if I'm doing it. I see it differently. Talk to them. Figure it out. Right? It's that. Trust me.
I
Yeah.
feel like what beat most people is rigidity. I say it over and over. It's not
Yep,
it's
yep.
being inflexible.
Inflexible. Yep.
We have to change so much. I always have to
I think I
change.
think
Like,
I think it's tiring enough with other people. Think of
Yeah.
think how often we've heard this Randy over the years. A man that was in the market for a while, doing fairly okay, then him stop, come back, and he's like, "What's happening here? I don't know where to start back. The market looks different to me."
Hmm.
That beats people because it's I have to go change again. It should be easy to come back to because I have a routine for it. I have a way it works in my mind already. I know I'm
Hmm.
back. I have to go read that. All the other things that I go to work every single day. I do this with the kids on weekends. I say what, but this part of my life, I forgot to do this new thing with this now. I think that does turns people off. But it's not something I can mitigate. It's just a reality of the market. It's a reality of people.
That's true. That's true. And that's where it comes back to that's where the maturity again coming because again the market is just us the people.
Mm-hmm.
So for finishing off the earlier point and wrapping that in, if you're running the house now, right? You're now faced with an increasingly more mature investor base with higher expectations. And the little I used to tell them can't work no more. And you let me not say it in that way. Let me say it how they'd say it. You know, they have increasingly mature expectations, especially around profit, um, and your base, your company, your your company maybe isn't able to deliver that. Meaning, yeah, we don't have a lot of people in the company who know the thing the way that I know it. Even the people in the space don't know it the way that I know it. Them don't know it the way Randy know it. Them not, you know, that I can't reliably go to an advisor and them tell me things way ahead of time and explain what should happen. No, what I'm going to hear is buy careers for the dividend. Nothing wrong with careers. I know careers is at near its all-time highs. Big up careers. I'm happy. I'm happy.
You have
I'm
to
sure a
remember
lot of people are happy.
you never look at your money and you look at your money and your thought or what you should be doing your money wasn't I need to buy a career for the dividend. It was I need X amount of money in X amount of time because I've paid for child school in 5 years and I've worked it out from now.
Hmm.
That's what it did go for.
Ooh,
It wasn't
what just
the
happened?
it wasn't the thing that other guy got that had a different idea for his money. The guy before him had a different idea for his money. It's
Hmm.
we often you how often you hear from the space. Everybody's investments are different and it's a personal thing. So why is it not personal? Why is it that me and I'm gonna get the same advice? It's the this stock is a good one. Buy it.
Yeah.
This is a buy right now. If
So,
what you're looking for is just anything that happens to my money and I hope it works out, that works, isn't it? But at the end of the day, you're not buying Sagicor for buying Sagicor. You're buying Sagicor because you think if I put X amount of money inside the core, it's gonna go up by X amount, and I can sell it in the time I need it to.
Exactly. Now, you know that, Danai, and I know that. I know Shay knows that. I know the girl grads know that. I know the people in grow up group know that. We're very practical on the market. But then when people hear it, people listen to this, people go to their broker and them go, no, listen, these guys think of also how when we're doing BrickTalk, Danai, one of the things that came up all the time, that we would talk about things, I would say things way in advance and say we expect XYZ to happen. And then months later, maybe sometimes even though we're talking years later,
Years.
XYZ does happen.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens in a way that we say it happen and what we expect to happen, we say happen, especially things that sounded crazy then happen. It kind of hard now to tell the same customer who you told last month, say, yo, don't listen, not everybody on those guys on social media, blah blah. It kind of hard because yo, it did go.
Oh, did you? Oh, you
Yeah.
didn't know.
Oh, one did know, right? I said, listen, it might be buck-ups, but then it happened again next week. It happened the week after that. It happened again. And then, okay, cool. Then it's the next year, and it's still happening in the way that them say. And it's not just good. We also talk about things that we don't expect to rise. So sometimes we speak against the grain. Everybody love this. No. I don't. I mean, I'm so proud, even though I don't know the Ari Williams guy, but the guy I know the guy and his sister, and then do them distribution company. Them start as a pharmacy. Them in Spain, Spanish Town. Them do them thing. Them turn the thing around. Then get them company listed on the stock market. I'm proud of them. I'm happy. I don't know them, but I'm proud to see.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also putting my money there at a dollar because I know that it won't be a dollar for very long. I know it's gonna be down in the dot. God, it's gonna be down, right? Is anybody listening 5 6 months ago? Anybody who listed that that limitless episode might be asking, yo, how did know 40 cents? How did know say there are 40 cents? And of course, there's a must in to do it. So obviously, the obvious answer is that I take all my money and I bought it myself and then I sold it down
You
cheaply.
lose the money, you can prove the point.
Yeah, yeah. So I lost millions of dollars just to prove my point, right? But if you don't believe that that's true, and obviously that's not true, if you don't believe that that's true, then how could you know? How did you know that this would happen, right? And again, and if you're running a house and you are having to deal with an increasingly sophisticated retail investor base, it might be easier for you to just Lego the thing, Lego the advisory. Because you bear this in mind, you can't tell the customer, say, we don't give advice, you know. Because that's
Mm-hmm.
literally on it's on the tin, it's on the FSC documents. It's what you are literally licensed to do it. You
Mm-hmm.
are, and when I come to you as a customer, I come to you for you to do it for me. And that maturing market, that's nothing like a new thing. That's a part of a maturing market is admitting it is like what Daniel was saying earlier talking about the US market. On the US market, it can't you can't expect that you're talking to your advisor about what to buy and then tell you, oh, we don't know, or oh, we don't give advice. Some brokers do, and what they do, they do the same thing. Listen, we handle stuff. We are a middleman for a broker. We handle maybe corporate clients, but we don't do retail advice. Maybe you want to talk to Schwab or blah blah blah, right? And so they push it off, and that's kind of what our market has been doing to it. Some brokers. Shay pointed it out. I see somebody on YouTube, one Coco point out on YouTube the same thing. They say you're not an advisor anymore. It's called a sales rep, or sometimes they call it like they don't say a wealth advisor. Some people say wealth advisor, which is different from
No,
No
well,
man, them take out the advisor. The word
is
advisor is
legal.
no longer a part of
no, no, no,
the
no, no.
title
Advice.
anymore.
I don't. Is it legal? I don't know if it's a legal term, but I know it.
Yeah, no,
I
an
don't think
advisor
we've had this
under the law.
on the
The word advisor is the important thing under the
Yeah
law.
man,
advisor.
they've taken that
So,
out
but the thing
entirely.
I
Is
realized nobody says
what caught my
they
eye.
don't recall investment advisor, which is what is in the legal document, which is in the legal, it's in law. They call it
Both
wealth advisor, and that's also like the insurance people. So I'm sure insurance people have been called wealth advisor before.
well, they can because insurance companies
Yeah.
also are all linked to brokerage houses, so they're under the same
But
license. And they say investment ad
it's,
uh-huh. No, hold
if,
on.
if no, I mean, suppose I only sell insurance.
Then you're an investment advisor.
No,
Still,
no, you're insurance salesman, insurance advisor.
No, remember that investment advisor,
I
sorry, remember
mean,
that insurance advisors are also licensed, you know. They do have to
mm,
get licensed
Yes,
also.
Yeah, continue.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
So so
technically they're
so
advising you on.
they are covered. There's a section I
it's why
mentally going through the
advice,
law, the act.
it's all advice, but we're not actually keying into the actual legal thing.
But here's the thing: those two words carry legal weight.
Yes.
And those two words together carry legal weight. And the
Mm-hmm.
word advisor also carries legal weight. No, I can say wealth advisor instead of investment advisor and still be an investment advisor
But
and still do investment advice. And wealth kind of sound nicer. I don't know, you don't do that, Danai.
mm-hmm.
Others are just investment
So
advisors. You're a wealth
Well,
advisor. Yeah,
so
right?
reach from your client to rich in spirit.
Exactly. But no, if you start facing pressure now as somebody who you have expected to give me the wealth, and you're not giving me the wealth. The advisor part still have the legal ramifications. The wealth part have the social ramifications. You're not actually increasing my wealth. So we do. Drop the two of them. Yeah, we still have the license. Yes, we still actually do give advice in a certain way to certain clients. But for the
mhm.
most part, this is increasingly, you get 100 grand from your granny. I know you want me to spend 20 minutes explaining why separate must go up to you. And I have a
Oh,
you saw the line of people
moment.
behind you. I don't have time for that to hear what. You start
But
making one or two decisions. You go, one, we're not investment advisors anymore. We'll call it something else. Or if financial guidance rep or whatever. And
But
two,
they man like partner, financial
yeah, man.
something,
Yeah,
partner something.
they'll
You
use
know
all
it
kind of
is.
little terms. Yeah, but they're still advisors in many ways because they're under the company's license. But two,
Mm,
we will move away from that. And you've seen our brokers move away from it in various different ways. From the
mhm.
hair war, if you have less than Shay, that was your tweet I saw
yeah,
Yeah,
if
saying,
they have
that
less
was me.
amount,
yeah, that if they have less than 1 million, yeah, we're not doing it. And
then
that's a practical thing.
get J Trader and don't talk to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
it's a practical thing. It's like, yo, listen,
Mhm.
you and I have no problems with any retail, any regular person like you and me doing this. I could have $1 I have. When I'm sitting in front of you asking about how I must invest my dollar, I need my money. I need everything I can get. I need my money's worth. I need you to be treating me like
That will come
Uncle
make you
Michael. Yeah, man. However, the reality is, if I did that for an hour with you, half an hour with you, 45 minutes with you, and you saw how long the line out there was. I can't do that for 45 minutes with everybody, but everybody comes in here expecting it, and everybody deserves it. So you're what? We don't do advice no more.
mm-hmm.
Problem
Simple.
solved.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
the thing
man.
in high network, you have a high worth client list, say become only those guys are advisors.
Yeah, man. And so what them do know is yeah, if you don't, and they make it very plain. Some places you need 1 million to get an account. Other places you need more than 1 million to get an account. And in some places doing the hybrid, you don't necessarily need 1 million to get the account, but to get that sort of level of service, you need to have a certain level of money. And it's a practical thing because if I have 20 reps on the floor at my branches, that those 20 reps can give eight, let's say they're working 6 hours out of the day in terms of facing customers. 20 times I'll do it by five because that's easy. That's 100 customers that the 20 of them the 20 of them can hit if you multiply it by five in one go, right? And if two of those are long, meaning customers that the conversation go longer for, take longer, if you go a little deeper, you kind of get joke. We can't do it. No, if you're 20 reps across the island, see 5 people, that's 100 people in the day. But if you have 300 people coming to you today, that's 200 disgruntled customers.
The thing I think about is how do you do it? Like imagine you have a house
Uh,
and
no, go ahead and then let me see how far I want to get the answer to that.
I,
That's free
so
consultancy. No, go.
yeah, exactly, it's exactly the same. Yeah, as you have a house,
Mm-hmm.
you know, what I'm saying you, but this is me now. Always, it is. I know what I would say in certain scenarios. Well, how do I get this employee to take? So this person comes in, he has
Mm-hmm.
different ideas of the market from you. Like, what, like, how comfortable are you saying, yeah, that guy should tell you what to do? And how do you get that comfort even? It's like imagine Chris Berry saying, "I know what I would buy with this, start with this, but I have a bag of people downstairs
Mm-hmm.
on the sales floor, and they're not hearing from me what to do with a $1 million account that want 20% in a year. I think that I want, investing for them pension, but them have decided on their own. And they might come to different conclusions than me, and their conclusions might just be wrong more often and way more often than I'll be comfortable with. How do you get that point? How do you get up and say that guy should advise things on advise in portfolios on my behalf?
What you do is, I think what you do is you do one or two things. One, you do what they started with their step one. So now the person's on the floor, you're not really giving advice. Our research department handles it, and we have our list from the research department, and we have the points from the research department. And really, you on the floor, your job is to repeat what the research department is, which is why I just lean on the research department. If you're pressuring me too much, refer them to the research department. Tell them to send an email here, tell them to call here. But I can't do it because your job really is you're a teller, or you're a customer service rep, right? Nothing wrong with that. It's organization. That's how you manage organization. And then you can do the other thing, kind of like what Mayberry did. That's why MJE. You hear Chris Berry say, one stock. If you want one stock, let me do the thing. Let me do the hard part, and you put your money in MJE. And when MJE wins, all shareholders of MJE win. So trust me to do that, right? That's one other. So that's the other two ways along which I think you can go majorly, and then that's for step one. Then we go step two, where that shit way. Well, we don't advise. Yeah, we don't
But I
advise.
still want, I don't know, maybe it's magic. Maybe.
No, there's solutions. There's step three and step four. Yeah, you should.
Getting there is a hard road in my mind, right?
Well, getting there is to get the brokers to see it. So like, how can I say? 'Cause, it's not like I want you to make less money. I want you to make more money. I don't understand why a brokerage wouldn't have already approached you about like you do advice, and you obviously have customers who you've helped, and like same thing for my money, JA. We have scale. You can actually give a bespoke experience to a large swathe of people via tech, right? But at the core of it, you still need people who know what they're doing. You still need people who know what I'm talking about. You still need people who know that they're predicting profit on the market. And these things are non-negotiable. In my view, coming from the retail perspective, non-negotiable. Now, if the reality is that, you're saying that I have to have people who know what they're talking about and not sound good or have the qualifications, know what they're actually talking about, right? Like, but when one of the things I was saying last month was how my expectations for Spur Tree to have a little bit of a rise coming up to this month. I don't have no degree from anywhere that tells me that I knew that Spur Tree was going to give me the percentage gains that it would this month. I just had an understanding of the market, a real understanding of how the core thing actually works, and so said, so done. Now, if I am running a house and I have to make a decision between somebody who sound good but don't really know, and they're gonna be dealing with my customers, or their decisions are gonna affect my customers, or somebody who they're not saying the same things like everybody else, but they're also not getting the results that everybody else getting. They're getting better results than everybody else, but they sound unorthodox. I have to make the decision. Do I go the unorthodox thing that gets me there? Or do I just say, we don't do it?
So we should money. Don't do it.
Yes. Yeah.
Don't do it.
Send
End
your
of
email.
story.
Yeah, send your email and we will put it on this list, and you'll see what our research department, and you can send the thing in. But you know what that does? That leads to a set of frustrated customers who then realize what you're saying without saying. We can't really deal with it, no one too much.
Yeah, you're there for your one.
Yeah. And what I think that means is that pain point, a pain point is just a business need being unfilled. It means that there's a space in the market for a player or players who are willing to fill that space. That's the simple truth. Who are willing to take on that level of risk and offer that sort of experience. And as a result, it naturally also has to cost more than as one person. My money J can help him with scale, but there's still a limit to how many people he can give a certain level of service to. So there's more room for more than eyes. That's just a simple truth, right? And that when that happens, that will be the more mature market.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but it take a while to get there, and there's a lot of noise along the way. But
growing pains.
yeah, yep. The public bonds is the same thing.
Anything could be here, so it shall always happen.
Exactly. And there'll be places we get to that we never thought that we'd get to, and when we get there, we'll be like, wow. Cause yeah, look at it.
It's like it's funny. Like I mean, same podcast, Matthew, and as you asked me, why you think about doing this? Huh? And one of the things I was thinking about just now was how I used to look at to ask me why, just curiosity, ambition starts. I want to go, interesting.
Mhm.
It's look at who is licensed. I always laugh to myself and say, yo, maybe all those other brokers, they don't have the license, but the only the three investment dealers that are single person individual investment dealer,
Mhm.
and two of them are Mayberry, two of them are Chris and Mark, two of the three are Chris and Mark. I'm like,
Yeah,
yo, so
yeah.
why else not have nothing then?
Look
And
at
advisor is nobody I know in the space. I know one name in the space. At the time I knew of one name. It was Wayne Ray because he did the back in the day. Cable
mhm.
and but
Still around now. I mean, see him still Wainwright is what? Chairman
yes, that's the
Energy.
way. Mm-hmm.
Chairman of Energy, yeah. So
Yep, yep.
and other things. He's on a couple other boards.
Mm-hmm. But it's
Yeah.
just a thought kept just nobody's doing this. Why nobody's in there? Why only two dealers? Why three dealers only? You know. So
Hmm.
yeah, quite an. So just prefacing that and where we are now. I remember when QWI come to market listing and all, and I think was it before or after that? Not QWI. QWI, yes. John T. QWI and my food got the thing there, got the advisor license.
Ah,
Was
the
it before or
license.
after the listing of QWI? But I
I
remember, it's the I can't remember if it was before or after. But I remember when we were just me randomly checking and saying, "Oh, wait there," because we know they was in the pipeline for a long time, and then finally it comes. The QWI, I think, and then finally was it before or after?
I remember seeing it after, but I don't know if it happened after. But I do remember seeing it afterwards. Either way, it's
Mm-hmm.
also a good example of
Maturity,
the
market growth,
maturity. Yeah,
more
yeah,
niches in the field, or more people doing different things.
yeah. But for me, you have to hit the people for it to really
Mm-hmm.
be growing. When the services hit the people, that's when it comes out. Some of the points I'd make, but as I said, guys, anybody want join our rantings this week, send a speaking request, and I would love to hear what you guys think about it too. And I will, like I said, I'll give 5% off the next grower, either the one tomorrow or if you want to the one in September, for each of the elements in the image that you get right. So if you come on Twitter, you have to go on Twitter, hit the center speaking request button, and I will do it. And if nobody does it, I don't mind saving the money, so it's fine. But yeah, another one of the things is the build out of new markets, right? Or also, well, new markets, but it's not like it's new markets with new products, right? So let's say like crypto and crypto markets. A couple years ago, everybody was crypto crazy. Crypto
Mm-hmm.
was a new product, and of course, the JC was open to. Be careful, JC wasn't said earlier, but they were open to um, facilitating that somehow, right? The whole blockchain movement. Uh, that's like a new product, new market. But we have other old products that we have no markets for, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as we get as we get the markets, I think a lot more will happen. Build it and they will come. Uh, so like the bond market. Now we have 14 listed bonds. Listed that build it and they will come. If you asked, which many of us did, including us back then, they tell you, oh, we don't have the market for that. But we have a lot of bonds, so why would we not have?
Of the market
Like,
for.
yeah, nothing has changed. All the market does is afford investors an opportunity to
But
buy in later than the initial point or to sell earlier than
mm-hmm.
the maturity point. So my maturity come now, I need the money now, and I don't want to wait the rest of the 5 years, and I'm willing to sell now. And
Mm-hmm.
as we see, that has been happening. some of the bonds, very interestingly, some of the bonds are
Trade it.
um,
Trade it.
they're trading above par.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few of them actually are trading above par. And it's not a big above par, but that
But
is to
but
that.
that is, I mean, that is activity. That is,
Yeah.
I like what I used to say from the thing that is over the counter situation. It's a calling. I want some bonds of 10,000 USD. What can I get?
Hmm.
Them tell you, oh, we have some about 9, 7, whatever, whatever. We'll send you whatever. We'll send you the papers so you can, look at the risk and all that. But
Hmm.
a lot of it, there was there's no market equaling it out in the sense of a queue is there. I can see what people are selling for. I can see if my sell going to be the more optimal sell because I'm fine getting out for below or above par, whatever it is.
Hmm.
Almost certainly, bro, you were getting that bond above par. That's just how it is. Like, because I'm
Yeah.
calling it a man of it. In truth, I don't want to say anything. So give me for 103. Buy it for take it for 103. So I mean, you're doing right by your client, right? But that's another client too.
Yeah. I'm
If you're
also kind of
so I
yeah.
don't want to say anything. I was I mean, I don't want to sound no way. That's what I'm holding on. 'Cause I don't want to say that it sounds like I'm saying something bad is happening, because it's not. But the reality is, you're not really seeing where a man can get up and say there's no strong selling or buying force that you can play in this seat. So the market is very asymmetric. It's I don't really know what I can get this for. In fact, I can hardly get it. So
Hmm.
I'm to take that price. That probably won't work out for what I want.
Hmm.
I don't even. I mean, I said yeah, buying for above par, but in truth, I really don't know which them buying. They just want to say getting XYZ amount of money worth of this bond, and so they don't actually know them actual yield.
Exactly. But boy, I don't know.
It's par. I don't actually. That's not part of the conversation that it had, where I'm actually buying it. The fees, you don't really knock into what other people said. I know this. I've
Mhm.
seen the ugly side of that before.
Yeah, because again, I think most people who buy into bonds, and speaking just in Jamaica here
You know,
and from my circle, it's like them never buy into bonds. Them ask them say, "I have X amount of money. What
what we can.
must do with it?" Yeah, yeah, or something matured and a sharp rep, financial rep, contacting them and say, hey, you have this thing maturing next week Thursday, but we also have this thing for you, and it will give you 5%. Oh, that sounds good, right? But you don't think about it, and that's it, and you go into it, and they put you in something that you're locked in for 10 years. I can't say they did something bad either, because you didn't have anything in mind for that money, and so they came to you with something in mind, and you said yes, and you went ahead, and that's assume that you didn't have that they don't have a discretionary agreement over your account where they can act on your behalf anyway. So you
Mm-hmm.
get put into something because you don't know what you're doing anyway, right? You never have a direction, somebody found a direction for you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how it was. But now with the public market, it still is that way, but there's
Mm-hmm.
just another option. There's
Mm-hmm.
exit early if you want.
That will even it out. The more
Hmm.
people owning this, then the more people will have that unique, they're not unique, that quote unquote problem. It's now, hey, those more people will want to leave early. More people look at it and say, I've got what I want. Can I leave now?
Hmm.
What can I go sell this? Somebody come and say I can buy it.
Hmm.
And that's the market on both sides.
Exactly. And no, I don't have to say I want to sell it. Wait for the rep to call everybody else on them customer list to see if them can piece it up and sell it to them.
Mm-hmm.
You put it in. Somebody buy it, then buy it. And if somebody not biting at 102, try 101.
And,
No
and,
matter.
and when my client will need something for their money at some point, so it's there waiting. So yeah, like this guy selling it, put it up, maybe go buy it, but have another client come in month with some money and they want one. So there's also
Exactly.
on the buy side. So that's the market. It doesn't start from boy, we can't really get there because look at the US market, look at the US bond market, bro. It's so trade, so lively. We just can't.
Exactly.
We don't have here, and we need to put something in place for it to happen.
Exactly. Everybody wants to start at the top of the market. The more they want to build the house from the
Yeah,
roof first.
you,
You,
you
you,
know, you, You hear the aspiration of it, but then you don't. We ignore the path to that.
Exactly. And the
It's
funny thing is,
market. It just come, bro.
when you
Just
provide,
stock
when you,
market. And imagine people saying, imagine what people are saying. We don't need that. But we need a stock market.
hmm.
Come and take our
Well, I
real.
know people are saying that when the stock market. Why I don't know. That was in the 60s, so who
I mean,
knows? Yeah. But then you have spaces now.
mhm,
You have spaces now where because the market exists, eventually somebody will act on it. So think of like the bond market. There's currently no GOJ bonds
mhm.
traded on the public market, but
Possibilities.
almost certainly. It's
Mhm.
almost certainly. It's been said. It's been said up to January this year. The prime minister said that they plan to do it. It's something I'm going to.
And that's a
That
post.
that
We can't. Why we stock market? Why we have it for? That's a post up, bro.
exactly. This Dr. Nigel Clark spoke about like the green bond market, and that's something that Jesse's been working on for a couple of years. That's the
Orange bond.
actual maturity of the market happening. Yo, some things though. One of the walls that I can't wait to fall is the again a lot. You know what? A lot has been put on a lot.
JC.
A lot balances on JC and on investors not knowing better.
Mm-hmm.
So like, oh, why we don't have shorting when JC gonna bring short? Of course, there's some work that JC has to do if they want to give everybody like integrate into the platforms and all of that. But the truth is,
It's a broker situation.
it's exactly the bro.
JC JC doesn't broker investments. They're a platform.
Exactly. But the brokers, I think, know. Well, I think there are a few people at each of the brokers who actually know what's going on. And then you have everybody. Yeah, then you have, everybody has
But
is told a line. Maybe you don't know the details of it, blah, blah, blah.
super
Um,
that. Like the last XYZ and a month and not go so.
exactly. So now the brokers, knowing that, are okay
Because me not think of
not
the
pushing certain things, but then that's an opportunity. Because
mm-hmm.
once the first broker, if anybody hungry enough as a broker to start actually offering options to their broader client base, they're
Bro,
probably gonna win.
as a broker. Just think about what bro. It to me it's the next. Oh, GK has a fund that's trading. You get me? It's you can package that into so many things and it becomes a nice squad, bro.
It
Because
is,
I didn't. I'll talk about it with you specifically. I don't know that's what there's certain people they can just do just they have a lot of power people. And
yeah,
a lot of money can be made and then just say, we now do that one day.
a multiplier, like a multiplier on the money. Like little,
Mm-hmm.
like yeah, let's say you have a 10 billion bond. I'm not saying that it's one to one, but let's say you have a 10 billion bond and the shorting comes in, and you can imagine you have 10 billion worth of assets here. You can now have There's an opportunity for 10 billion worth of assets to be 20 or more billion worth of assets.
Mm-hmm. And
But if the broker is comfortable with the 10,
it adds the next layer to the market comes does more interest, even from the broker side. Like
mhm,
if I'm offering this, then maybe I can do the next side sometime. I can there's a lot of things they can wiggle in and just that's just more trading. That's somebody else saying, I don't believe in this stock and I can act
mhm,
on it. I believe in this stock, I can act on it in a different way.
mhm. And so,
My
and
more fees.
yeah, and less, and there's less, like, no, a market can really and truly crash and everybody lose money when you have
Hey,
options.
somebody half of them get something because our next man go the next way. You would say, yeah,
Exactly.
the best thing ever. Next 10 year, X by end of year is gonna be 10x, and a man say, I just don't agree with you, bro.
Yeah. And at the back end of that too, it's a safety mechanism that allows it actually in many ways encourages more long-term investing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I am more encouraged to keep a set of shares, a set of assets for much longer if I can. earn
With a,
from the holding of the assets outside of the dividend. Like I could double my
Mhm.
dividend, I could have my dividend yield coming, and I could also have the fee that I get for somebody else, shorting my shares in this company.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'll sell the option on it as long as I get it back by the end of the year. Until
Mhm.
then, I get paid that X amount of a fee, and then the brokers eat a percentage of that fee,
Mhm.
and the person who is making the bet with the option also has that there. So the contract is there, and it's a win-win. And so maybe the share price would have dropped. If the share price dropped 8%, I sell 10% of my holdings in safety. But no, if I have that option contract on it, if I've loaned it all out, then the share price drop 8% at the early business. I might even buy
Yeah.
more.
Just make some money.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I might even buy more because I'm good because
Money.
I'm not. Yeah,
More money, same shares. I'm gonna just buy 'em.
exactly. And I know if I was gonna hold it for 10 years, I get 10 years worth of dividends. No, I hold it for 10 years, I get 10 years worth of dividends. Plus I get some lending fees.
Mhm.
Yeah, plus I get a personalized indicator for when people think this thing might go bad because the broker link me and said them want you have 10 million units and somebody's willing
Yeah,
we
the
want to
broker.
borrow it from you.
Nice then. It's an insurance contract.
Exactly.
Believe in your stock, but if anything goes the next way, you can earn from it. So do this.
Yeah.
The next XYZ every time. Work at the way you want to work it, but this is the level of insurance you have against your holdings falling.
Yep. I would say grow the country too. We see,
Mm-hmm.
which is also like the micro market opportunity there. But if I into that, she is just talking and yapping, and I don't want to talk you out of the thing. What do you think about this, and what questions I'd asked you
Well,
earlier? And
I think um I think when you guys are talking about those possibilities, it puts a more positive light on maturing market for me. I was wondering because when you look at the description of maturing market or mature market, sorry,
Ah,
it sounds kind of dull.
no,
Just like the
yes.
textbook
Because of the because
definition,
what's
it
in your
sounds a little dull. And I was like, I'd probably be a little bit bored. But I
what's
guess, borrowing
your
money, okay, fine. But
type
then
of
when you guys talk about the possibilities,
uh-huh.
that doesn't sound as dull. A mature
It's
market kind of sounds kind of fun.
efficient market hypothesis, Shay. As the market gets more mature, then it
Yeah.
becomes more boring. That's the reality. It's the oh they say efficient, not much. They become more efficient, which means
it's
Mm-hmm.
your price.
supposed to. It's supposed to.
Supposed to, yeah.
That's the thing. Is as I said, let's say efficient and mature are not the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Maturity doesn't necessarily mean the thing we call about actual efficiency of a market is
Mm-hmm.
prediction starts swinging less. I can more accurately predict things happening.
So is
True.
There's profit
prediction.
in things. I have more people have more information about these things. Which why I was
Mm-hmm.
thinking immediately when you said, is it harder to make more money in the US market than thing there? And I was laughing to myself saying, more the people I know that have been doing it on both sides said they'll say not really. It's not that it's harder, it's different. And what we think of what you hear about US market. Oh, you can get more information, it's just more out there. Companies tell you more, more news digging into it, and that's true. You can figure out more things about the company internally, but the profit's still there, right? It doesn't become it mature. So when they talk about it, when you hear, boy, the mature market isn't necessarily the best thing. That's a lot of what they're saying. It's the market becomes more mature, certain so people suddenly become smart around the fact that they're predicting and everybody's right now. So let's think there. Less money is made.
Yeah. But the reality though of
People are people. People.
yeah.
Yeah, people are people and people are different. I feel,
Uh,
and it goes back to something we say all the time where we can look at, three of us can look at the same
the
stock
same
and say,
information. Exactly.
and want three different things and be like,
And
yeah, this is
it's a
probably
big
not
deal.
this one, and
The
this one is
one
the one for me. And Randy might say, maybe next year I'll touch this one.
Mhm.
So maybe
We
something
we
like
want
that. So
a big
even
deal
if
because
even if
we.
there's more efficiency, I feel like there would still be
Mhm.
differences in behavior, like
Mhm.
trading behavior, investing behavior. I
Yeah,
don't.
Because
I'm
you know,
sorry, but I don't. I
really,
don't really differentiate the two of them. There.
the thing we want out of the thing, out of whatever we're doing, whatever we're looking at, it changes our perspective. It sways us so heavily.
Mm-hmm.
Really want Transjamaica to be five by year end. From
uh,
all the positives that I hear about it, will lead me to the conclusion that Transjamaica will be five by year end.
Uh, I didn't get that last part. What did you
yeah,
say?
yeah, yeah. So then I said Transjamaica is going to be $5 by year end. But then, why is your camera blurry?
I don't know. I don't.
Put your hand in
I
front of it.
yes, that's what I thought.
I, and then come
No,
back. I don't know why it's not focusing on you.
I don't know. I
What?
try.
That,
What
That's so
I
strange.
don't think I don't think there's something on it. I think
I
it's
know.
not focusing.
The trick I've done is give it a white.
I don't
It's
know.
nice.
You can try turn it off and turn it back on, just the
Yeah.
camera. But yeah, you make a he makes a great point there about, well, I want to finish off that trying to make a point that I blurry or not, it don't matter. But we can
Yes.
hear you fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So the idea is because I really want Transformaker to be something
Mm-hmm.
now when I do all this research on this company, I just spend all this time and
Mm-hmm.
it's so good. So then I'll quickly decide. So I'm reading the thing and whatever, and I'll quickly decide that what I want out of it trumps my ability to be objective.
Mm.
I ask myself, who I go buy Transformaker for? Well, and I look at the queue and I see how much millions, and I know so if that million spent tomorrow, it's still gonna be the same. It'll be the same price. Who could buy so much of the thing to bring it there? And I
Mm-hmm.
can't answer that question.
Ooh,
Yo, would you buy it at five? You
that's
pause.
where,
You don't know if you want to say yeah, and then you realize if I buy it at five, why would I say it at five? And you don't want to say no because who the hell would I buy it at five? That's my sale price. Why would anybody buy it at the price it's worth? At the
mhm.
price that should be
I
the sell.
think is the selling
Yeah,
price.
I know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, and that part is 100%, like the quickest way for maturity of the market. I think I found is for the investors to become more mature. It's that simple. Literally just for the investors to become more mature.
As
And
as you guys were talking, another thing that I thought about was
mhm,
the role of, I guess, financial literacy. Because you're saying maturing investor,
mhm,
and in my head, I'm like, okay, well, what's going to move this maturity along? And I thought about spending time in the market, which is very popular. Um, but you can be here and still not be learning anything. So there's that.
of course,
So
yeah.
actually learning about the market, learning about investing, the principles, of course. Um, and not, I think learning, it, so for a lot of people who I talk to about the market, I know probably for you guys, you can kind of tell where stocks are trading, whether or not you're looking at the market. So that's probably a part of the learning as well. And what the financial literacy, I guess, entails. It takes that in as well.
Mhm.
But I think that the maturing of the investor ways it's heavily influenced by how much you are learning from what you are doing and learning from, say, reading or practicing or whatever.
I'd say
So
practicing
yeah, no,
heavily.
education is
I'd
key.
say practicing heavily, not just yeah. Obviously, I'm biased. I have to grow, and I think people should do grow. And grow is built to be a cheat code. It's built to help you get to a better level of investment skills rather than doing it the hard way.
Yeah, but you still have to
Yeah,
do
you
it.
still have to do it. And
Mhm.
honestly, I mean, I did grow because even at the advanced grow now, I go, yo, what would I have wanted So if I could go back in time, what would I be telling myself? If I could go back in time, what would I be telling myself? With what I know now, what would I have wanted to know back then? And that's literally how it go. But I think about what the thing I want to know is, it's how they make money, how do I make money on the market, how do I predict the making of money on the market and avoid the losing of money, and how do I understand what's going on. I think the core of any of these experiences for anybody, the majority of the investors, is that they need to have a better understanding of what's going on, good, bad, or ugly, just what's going on. That is actually one of the great dangers of the whole heap of doom and gloom. Because if I don't know what's going on, and if I don't know what's going on over the house next door, and I hear a whole heap of noise, and then somebody jump over the fence, I'm saying, "What going over there?" Say, "Boy, beer war, I'm gonna believe you. Even if I don't believe you, if something don't go so, what the Jamaican or the Jamaican think, if it not go so,
It
near go
nearly
so,
goes so.
yeah, man, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what lie can build off of that? As we know, whole heap of lie build off of, they might think it near go so. So just tell them something, right? Lots of lies built off of things like that. It happened in the market too, but if you have an understanding of what's going on, the good can become great, and the bad can also be not so bad, can become good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the things we talk about is, listen to the doom that was being poured on NCB Shea while you were looking at it as so much gold, right? Look on the
Yeah.
doom that I wish a little bit, I still saying it, please. A little more doom on Dolphin Cove, please.
Not
But
enough doom
yeah,
there this
yeah,
year.
more doom needs to go on Dolphin Cove. But look how it can work. I see Tyrone of Kintyre. I was say I agree. Kintyre does tweet. I say we should talk about Kintyre from
What's going on?
29 cents to $29. Ready? Because there's more to come. Hashtag forward. Tyrone, if
But
you want, you come on and talk to the people about your company yourself. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really good at the market, and I can see a lot of things for Kintyre. But even I, Mr. Optimistic investor, I'd be very hesitant to tell nobody about 29 cents. I see the 29 cents. I don't see the $29. Um, but also he knows more than we all here on the call know. So he may be seeing something that we don't know, and so for him, it's very very obvious. So him, it's very very obvious, and if it happened, oh my, I hope you remind me of this when it reached $29. Remember you'd laugh at 29 cents, and I'd be happy to laugh and say I was wrong. But yeah, that's also an example of a mature market where, make no joke. I'll say this since Tara brought it up. I create as a company, and if it's the best company, but you can't fault Tyrone for ambition. You guys know how much years I've been a fan. That I know how much years I've been a fan of Tyrone. And you also, Shay, no longer be
Yeah.
talking about Tyrone as a fan of what he's doing. Now, sometimes as a shareholder, and many times not, thankfully. But but either way, I believe in what I'm doing, and I want to see it, right? And if I see any good there, I will put my. If I see any chance, let me not say good, if I see any opportunity for me to profit, then I will
Yeah.
willingly invest my money in order to profit. And as he does. No, the point I'm making here, I create as a company. If I create was not listed over the last 6 years, it would have, in my view, would have dead. So that's also another example of the maturity of the market and how it impacts the country.
mm-hmm.
Because the company is listed. I always say, I've been saying for years, a listed company is a very hard thing to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You have to be really stupid to kill a listed. You have to actually try hard. You have to put in
Try
work. Yeah, you
try
have to
hard.
put in. Yeah, you have to put work in to kill a listed company.
Mm-hmm.
And so he has a listed company, and he go through tough times, but it's still listed.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the things that have been
Yeah.
done with.
Times companies on the market, bro.
Say that again.
That's a tough times companies on the G West.
What heap of tough time come very quietly.
Yeah.
Ooh, very very quietly, but yeah, what heap of tough time companies on the market.
But you know the headline thing, bro.
Hmm.
Someone like Tyrone make headlines, so it rough on him. But the
Yeah,
truth is,
man.
the other company is not spoken about because I don't know why they're not spoken about. But
I
some guy
think,
is not always good looking.
but GBS has been bad looking for a long
Long
time.
time.
Almost from IPO.
Yeah,
Almost from IPO. Yeah, from IPO till now.
that's on a dream.
Yeah, man.
No.
Yeah, man. No, GUS has been a terrible stock to own, and the company itself has not been that hot. You're right.
But,
I never remember it. Look at that. Two
but
years they made profit.
I remember like when we were doing
It's terrible.
earnings season. I remember people too was coming every now and then we hear like a complaint about the US. And cost the broker, cost the company, cost the team, but it
Hmm.
didn't it didn't become a big bonfire. It just somebody come out of the woodwork and say, boy, I bought that IPO and it's just not been great for me. And them
Yeah.
cost broker, them cost who, whatever. Bridging went to an AGM the other day and he suggested that people that don't want that people that are not seeing the long term vision or whatever for a company that this run that they may sell the company and ruffled some feathers. He was labeled as uptown.
Ah, which agent was this? You can say?
Another Sajid Crest select phone them man.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, say people talk boy, I don't know nothing boy in the bro. They don't know where to have the money, where to for reach where you reach, but then see you and anything come out their mouth,
Yeah, man.
it's done there. The man say
Yeah.
you can sell this share. So we learned today that once upon a time owning shares was uptown, right?
Yeah,
Nowadays you
yeah.
can sell uptown. Then uptown maturing.
Or democratize uptown. Well, yeah, you're right.
I
Look at
want
G was.
uptown.
Oh my God. Oh God.
Ah, oh man.
You mentioned surgical select as an example of the maturing market too. I don't know how much I love it, but I know I will like some of what's being done. But
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Even outside the course, like listed. And how long now me and you talk about why JC, why do I broker put together some indexes and put them out? And inside the course select fund did that.
mhm. I know that they look like well, I don't think we've officially spoken about it on here since long ago when I mentioned that, I felt bad about it. Like even before the break, I said I felt bad because I thought that they were going to delist it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know we have more. Do you say we
Of,
have more clarity? Is there
mm-hmm.
more clarity now?
More
Uh,
mortality since when? Since the
since
document come?
since even before the break. So now, so now I would say that
What we spoke about it before the break?
yeah, man,
No,
long
I mean
before the break.
spoke about Sagicor, but I think about the thing that the thing never happened. It wasn't on the board then.
It was on the board, and then since it come up now for the unit trust conversion for the conversion to a unit trust, which has passed, I passed last week. Um, what I'm hesitating is like I'm 90. I'd like to say I'm 90% sure that they won't delist it. Meaning, well, they've spoken about listing the unit trust,
Unit trust.
yeah, and having it become a listed unit trust.
Mm-hmm.
Which and they have spoken about it from the perspective of it will allow them or afford them the opportunity to to it will afford them the opportunity to buy the shares back at NAV,
Mm-hmm.
buy the shares back at NAV, net asset value or book value, which should hopefully please shareholders. Should please shareholders. It should allow shareholders to be able to get out at price is way above the share price. Like based on the last reported NAV from them, compared to the book value, compared to the share price, the share price, the NAV is 40% above, or 40 odd percent above the share price. So there's a massive bit of value there. And so they have spoken about the Select MD and Select F conversion along the lines of, oh,
Wow.
it's going to allow us
Yes,
to
this thing listed.
yeah.
Is this something I want every other unit trust companies?
I think they might have to actually. I think there's this FSC thing from a couple
Yeah.
years ago that might force them to.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but at least the ones that are heavily owned by single parties who are
Mm-hmm.
also linked to the management companies of the unit trust. I'm going off memory, but something like that. Um, So it might happen. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how happy I am about it though.
About what?
But
Exactly. What?
yeah, yeah, I'm not fully formed on that idea. You know, I'm happy. I'm happy that the unit trust conversion is happening.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that it remains listed. And like I say, I'm 90% sure they've spoken about it as if it's going to be listed. Obviously, they can't say it's going to be listed because it's not a sure thing. They have to
Mm-hmm.
apply to be on the market, blah, blah, blah. But I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be. And then why I'm excited about it is because it's another sign of maturity of the market. The broadening of the market, it's another sign of the maturity of the market. The opportunity that the conversion is going to bring.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
this, I mean, opportunity for people. I can I can go and look at unit trust as an option, and I don't have to go into the broker to do it.
Oh, I never even thought from that perspective. Wow.
So the thing I look at,
I never thought from that perspective at
you
all.
know what? Let me just talk. Stop me if it's too far out.
It's
But
true.
the mention inside an article about it after the AGM, the article came out, and Sagicor mentioned that the people would be clients of Sagicor afterwards. So to me
Mm-hmm.
is a bit of a problem, in my opinion. So I have a VM account. Do I, if I want to buy Sagicor unit as listed on the market from my J trader, do I
Mm-hmm.
have to think there? Do I have to have a Sagicor account or my VM account can buy it?
Well, if it's listed, if it's listed,
Yeah, exactly.
no, no, but okay, but being a unit trust holder being a unit trust holder is it speaks to owning shares in a unit trust, so it's still just shares.
Uh-huh.
So if it's listed,
It should be
then
fine, right? So why then if are you telling me that I'm going to become a Sagicor? And I don't think me becoming a Sagicor client, meaning that my information XYZ, I've filed on there for me, changes anything for my ownership in trust. It just seemed good to me. To me, it's a good move for themselves. They have
mhm.
clients that they can sell products to.
I suspect that I suspect I don't know, but I suspect that they made that clear because I suspect it's not. I suspect it's them be making it clear that I think you need to do that. You need to make it clear that you are now a customer. You're not. You know what?
You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. If I have the information, so that matters. I have the information. You're a shareholder of this company, and you're a shareholder of the company that's being managed by Sagicor. So you're a client of Sagicor. Are you even actually a client of
Uh-uh.
Sagicor? Are you even actually a client of Sagicor?
Because
Am
no,
I? I'm.
I just have a VMAX and shares in that. So
Yeah.
now you're changing the shares. And yes, typically from a Sagicor unit trust, I'd have to be a client of Sagicor. There and sign up and do whatever. But no, I just had some. I had no relationship with that. And then no, what you telling me? No, do I have to have a Sagicor account and do all that? To me,
I
the time it should be no. Right?
Yeah, in fact, no, you say it. I never thought of that. No, you say it. I'm wondering why did they bother to say that? I'm sure there's some benefit.
I
Well,
mean, to me, it's
I'm sure.
yeah, we get these guys to sign some paper, and they're not Sagicor. They'll get our emails. We'll tell them about the other things we do in house. Get on a unit trust too, and
Yeah,
it's good.
but they always had that. They always had that by virtue of being.
No,
Did they always have it?
no, they didn't because the relationship Sagicor has the Sagicor as the manager company is not Sagicor as managers of. I don't have a direct owning shares in this public. They manage the, but I'm not. I go to them and say, "Hey, here is my expertise. I'm whatever, whatever. I'm a client of yours. You sell me these products.
Hmm.
You can push these things."
Yeah. You're right. Like I'm not a customer of Carreras just because I own Carrera shares.
So I expect that idea will be, this is a good sign of drive. But suppose I say no, I don't want to do that.
Well, you sell the shares before the conversion date.
That's
Or suppose you can't sell the shares before the conversion date. Wow.
the shares idea, you can sell it.
No, suppose there is enough demand. So, suppose there just isn't enough demand. I know you want to sell it, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, suppose there just isn't enough demand.
Yep. And then I look at the list. It's listed. So as I said, when it's listed, and if it's listed on the market, yes, I did correct. What, nothing actually changed for the listed unit trust. If I buy some units, and the fund grows bigger from my buying some money. That's it. I'm not buying somebody else's units. So what's it doing like that, right? As unit trusts typically do. They're managing that
Uh-huh.
money in that trust, but they don't need my info. They don't need to actually be a client for my ownership in the trust to be managed by a study. Again, I still don't need that relationship.
I know I thought of that. Did they put anything else around it? Like why this is of any importance? Like why did they choose to tell us? Why did they say that?
Yeah,
I
fine,
think
but
I want to say that maybe there's a legal issue. Like you want to make it clear who the relationship and the responsibility, if there's any no, but your fiduciary responsibility hasn't changed. It's still between my broker and I. The fiduciary responsibility of the fund manager is
the
not to me, it's to
fund,
the
yeah,
fund, or it's to me via the management of my fund, which I own a
because the
piece of.
fund, I could have been making sure I don't have with you. I just made sure that this is the section I want when I. Suppose that was a key point. I think in my investing in.
Hmm, that's actually an interesting point. You have any idea why? Or why you think that they want to do it? I don't yeah, why you think they wanted it?
Bring people under. That's the thing I wonder about. I wonder if it's just in their mind how the process should go, so that's how they run it, or I'm echoing up right now, or they have an interest, and then I think about that maybe just want to get more people under inside the network. They have this list of shareholders already. What if I can get them in? They are own this, they own a unit trust, whatever account that owns a unit trust with me. I can more easily sell them all the other things I sell people.
Oh, there's no well,
And
actually.
that's there. But that's the thing I want to say. Is it just that, or more?
So just as
What could it?
leads, then
I mean, what more could it be? That's the thing.
uh, uh yeah,
Hmm.
that's weird though. That's kind of
For them
strange.
to specify, yeah, that might be a
I
little.
right. I
Yeah.
guess I'm coming off um the idea that everything that is said in in those documents kind of matters. You know,
It
like
was
they
in the
don't
article.
just put.
It was in the article. Clearly, it was not in the document. It was in an article and said
Okay,
by somebody from
okay.
such.
But
So
if you
not
have a link to the
not
article
an
and look at it,
official.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah, please.
yeah.
Uh,
'Cause is it one of those things in the article like it's like, hey, we want this to be made clear.
exactly that.
Hmm.
So I wonder if they're preempting the process when they do that, so that they know they know that yes, we want to get the people under it. So
Hmm.
this is what we're saying about it. This is this and so this is how we're gonna do it. And if I present it that way, then there will never be any complaints about it. There will not be any, and or I can minimize that. This is part of the process. The union have to do this. I know how these. That's how they typically work. So make it a process. Whatever it works out in our favor, and you don't know that I'm not presenting you. I'm just telling you how this thing.
Hmm. Yeah, that's very interesting to me now that you say that's that I found that whole select MD thing. It's almost like there's almost like the company and the company insiders seem like they were almost waiting with bated breath for it to pass, even though they knew it would pass. But it's like I set up.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most bated breath AGM I've seen since MFS's.
Like I hope we don't do the wrong thing and
Yeah, but like we just want this thing passed and get out of the
uh,
way. We'll be trying to do something and just no hiccups. Like a bunch of people jobs and stuff riding on it, and it's a big plan. And I hope nobody don't give us it. Granted, we got to this tangent from me pointing out that the investor base, in some regards, has gotten a lot more savvy, a lot more mature. And so, like for Select MD, there was a whole, they got a lot of pressure at the AGMs. And so this whole conversion is being done ostensibly. It's being said that it's being done to help
to help.
investors, to allow them to exit at NAV. And
I know every day
it, I don't think every day is Christmas, and I don't believe, I don't doubt that there is some help there, but I also know a story
but
when I hear one. I
it's
can tell.
benefit twice, right? Help you, help me.
Exactly. Outside of the larger fees and the increased taxes, even with the larger fees and increased taxes, it still is beneficial to, if it happened tomorrow with the share prices how they are and the NAV to share price gap how it is, there is still some amount of benefit there for an investor. So I don't mind it. And if it remains listed, I don't mind it. And it does broaden
Bro, in the
the
market.
options for profit on the market. I don't have to like everything on the market. I hate APOs,
I just need options.
but they are on the
In more
market.
ways, exactly. There are things there that maybe work out in the future. I'm looking at this and if you have 100 things and you have 101, then that's just one more option when like, I may never buy. I may never get up and look at it and say, yo, profitable. But then I might just look at it one day and say, yo, I know that this company is doing this thing or whatever, whatever, and the nav will be better there. Then I might just make a move there.
Hmm. Yeah,
We're,
yeah, I
we're,
can see that. I can see that. I mean, I have made a well, I haven't made a move there. I do own shares, but I've owned shares in both of them. If you want to listen to some of the old episodes, you can hear why. You can hear why I do and what I'm waiting for. And when it happens, I will repeat that. Hey, remember I did say this.
mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I
Appropriate.
mean, why not? And that's also a useful thing. The
Also,
point
like,
behind that.
this also,
So
no, you don't.
no, go ahead, then. I want to hear you saying. I'll
This
remember
also
my
helps
point.
that way, right?
It also what?
Helps that in a way because if you own at a time when it wasn't trading on now, when it was cheaper than now, when you had those stocks in your buy, and then no, so say the event happens while it's not trading on now, then you say right about the amount of profit, but maybe it never go to the NAV by that point. No, so the event happened and the NAV is better while you own while it's trading on NAV, you already get that jump. There's just a lot of things there that does more profit,
Yeah, more options for profit
more option.
are coming from this thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I lied. I said I'd remember it and I already forget it.
Suppose
So I'm looking at the articles.
imagine you see NCB, like imagine NCB making a move to 200, right? Are you predict you're on schedule in him again on PEG? So, yo, NCB is going 200. This and
Hmm.
Q and the Q set a certain way, meaning everybody pull them order. You can't trade today based on that's beyond the circuit breaker point because everybody else decided 200. So you have to buy tomorrow. Just really unlikely that you can really get the move you want because you want to buy it to sip. I want to throw them aside, but immediately I want to calculate to make sure I'm right. But say you want to buy it at 70. So you want to buy it at 70, you don't want to buy it at 100. And everything pull up. 100 alone left. Catch it at 100. So, boy, that's a next week. That's Friday time. But you also, when you look at select and you say, yo, if I now I'm moving on that thing happening and I can get select cheap relative to where I think it's going to be based on the when I work out. something can go on. You know, it's the same thing we said way back when. Oh, I have more than options to buy NCB. I have more options to buy within the market, marketing, manufacturing sector, physical sector that are doing something. If I see them do something, must reflect on that fund in some way. And then know if it's now and you know so they're not going to go up because it's happening, well, option. You can buy the select MD and benefit from that. Self predict though, guys. Self predict.
That's the annoying thing, right? None of this removes
Yeah.
the requirement to
That's
predict.
what people run into every time, you know. It's I want
Mm,
the easier path. I want the market to be as easy as possible. It happens. It just doesn't get easy. It doesn't get to the point where I'm operating and know how everything go. That's called insider trading. And even then, right? Even then,
even
that doesn't
then,
tell you about the thing that's happening, but it can't tell you which price to go in the thing there.
yeah. That's one of the things when people talk to me about like what them. Oh, my friend work at XYZ and said this. That's why I buy this.
If
And for me to explain to them that
your friend no stock price, no, you know.
your friend have no clue what is going
Your
on.
friend knows them a buy a company, them a buy more equipment, blah 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 blah. Your friend does not
Yeah,
know
man.
what price that is going to. In fact,
Yeah,
your friend probably invest again to think about.
exactly.
Your
Are you?
friend
Or what happens a lot?
but you decide say him tell you mean all right. We'll find
Yeah, what happens
money.
a lot is them say a big number. Hey, a $600 million. Yeah, but okay, so what does that mean?
Yep.
Yeah, we're having a conversation in group also a couple of days ago. We were saying about Wisynco, and I actually laid out a long thread. I took 2 minutes, so I took 2 minutes and, and wrote out like my thoughts, what I expect happen with
Mm.
Wisynco. It's a repeating of the thoughts really around the whole them buying select, not the select we were talking about, people, the select the liquor distributor.
Mm-hmm.
Brands.
Yeah, select brands, buying 30% of select brands and buying the ringtail bottlers, which is something I've been waiting for a long time. Then I ask, uh, I won't ask, on here. But yeah, the ringtail move, and I was saying that I don't know that. Well, it's a great move. I shouldn't say I don't know it's a great move. It is a great
Mm-hmm.
move. It's amazing. We think there's no question about Wisynco's pedigree. Um, But Cinco is a $19 to $22 share price company for the past 5 years, and it will like Cinco not blowing up just like that off nothing, but it might. I'm not saying no. And then I went to certain little details with the group that I won't go into that here because again, those people pay me. I have to make sure that everything is good for them. But what I wanted to say was one of the points was around how it helps with Cinco's export market and how big a deal that is. And somebody's talking to me about something. And we had some numbers, and one of the numbers that came up was like, I said, let's say half a billion. Let's say half a billion in profit in the first year, just from them. I don't think that will happen by the way, but let's say half a billion in profit in the first year from operational profits from that arm. $500 million, not in revenue, in profits. And let's say them have, if you put in them at, let's say they're at 2%. I was playing devil's advocate and saying 500 million in profit 500 million in profit with a 2% net profit yield. Yeah, saying yield, I can't stop thinking about it from a yield perspective. Net profit margin, and that is what that is. My I feel like is that 25 billion. Then you know the math best. Is that 25 billion or two? Or it's not 2.5? It's 25 billion, right?
Hold on. Show me what you showing me.
2%, 500 million as a 2% net profit margin. So 500 million in profits.
Mm-hmm. And your margin is 500 million is 2% of the thing.
Yeah.
So multiply by 50.
no,
5 bill.
no, you're right. That's such a multiply by 50. It- to you, that's like breathing. To people who afraid of maths, what you just did is just magical. It's magical. Which I also doesn't answer my question, but you weren't wrong with what you just said. Wow. Wow. Anyway, so yeah, 2.5, 25, not 2.5, that's right, 25 billion in revenue, 500 million in profit. Again, so people can hear me, these are made up numbers that's from a hypothetical conversation that I was having privately. Then I said to them, what does 500 million in new profit look like on Wisynco's existing profit numbers? Everybody lost. Everybody lost. So the person I talked to was like, they hadn't necessarily thought about it from that perspective, right? Um, and that's where the game kind of gets into the place where we play, where 500 million in the first year sounds great. In fact, like, I could see Wisynco saying that's tripling our export profits or profit from exports. 300% increase. Again, sounds or yeah, 300% sounds great, and it is great. But then when you think about what Wisynco is, like when you think about what Wisynco is, and
Simple question. How much they making that export?
exactly.
After the 300% off. How much is that actually?
Exactly. So when the second I said the 500 million, I'm trying to show it, but my screen not working with me at all. I don't know why. Give me a second. I know what to do to make it show. Just because I want to make the point. But yeah, the 500 million in profit for Wisynco, 500 million in extra profit for Wisynco. I don't know if it registers.
Wait.
Meaning
500 million. These 500 million is the profit they make?
none of these numbers are stated by the company. So I was just trying to show them
Yeah,
something.
man.
I was saying
If they make extra, not doubling the profit.
I'm saying imagine if the addition of select brands gives them 500 million in net profit.
And they were making
500 million extra.
how much were they
So
making
on top.
before?
So exactly. So you're already thinking the same way I'm thinking. So the point I was making here is that you talk to your brethren who work out with Synco and them say, yeah, 500 million more coming in and so buy. I'm not saying to buy or not to buy. I'm not even saying it's a bad buy. But I'm talking about the basis on which a decision is made. Yeah. So when them say, boy, yeah, we Synco, great and yada yada yada. I'm not saying it's not great, it is great. But then they're saying that they're expecting you to have. There we go. It's back now. At least I think it's back. I don't know where it went. Like I have the point, but it is a much more effective point. There we go. It's a much more effective point when shown. Whew. All right. Yeah. So 500 million on Wisynco's existing profit is. I think existing profit for Wisynco is something like 4 billion. So extra 500 million, nice, But yeah, last year Wisynco's profit was 4.1 billion. So extra 0.5. So they'd move from 4.1 billion to 4.6 billion.
Are you
How excited are you? And that's a massive increase. That's a 12%, roughly 12% increase in profit. Massive increase in the world of Wisynco. In this best case, one-off scenario, or not one-off, but made up scenario or hypothetical scenario. Doesn't if I
it's steps long,
yeah.
Like, what big to you, like the 500 million that would have changed your life, not change Wisynco. Or change it,
Exactly.
not to the degree that changed my life. Like, the fact it's not 500 million in my pocket.
Exactly. Exactly. And also, what the funny thing is, the 500 million that's so big to you is not even really big to you. Because it's big to you when we're talking about 500 million. And the person I was talking to understood this, but I'm talking through them to everybody who's listening to this and getting it.
Tell me your piece of Wisynco. How much of Wisynco you own? Not all of it.
Not even that. Not even the owner. If 500 million sound great and massive when you say 500 million, half a billion. But it don't sound that great when you say 4.6 billion. You're excited about it when you say 500 million. You're not so excited when you say
When
4.1 to 4.6.
it's like, oh,
Yeah. So you don't really care about the 500 million either.
mm-hmm,
You don't care about the 500 million. Um, you don't care about the 500 million in a real way
mm-hmm,
when it's put that way. You just care about it as a 500 million. But I know people who have, I've over the years, how much time somebody invest because I have a friend I work at XYZ and them say something is gonna be big and they put a big number behind it. Whereas if I see it, if I saw some of the numbers, or if I stamp some of the number and the big number send them into something that they end up regretting. Um, yeah, and again, that's not
boy, it's that I mean, nothing, bro. Like,
yeah.
think about the cases of all them get an outside contract. So it's not in a listed company side. You work at a place, friend work at a place that get the contract for the listed company. So like, you see
Hmm.
it and you're like, so you don't really, you know not about the listed company, but said this contract gonna just work with it. It's a big deal for your company. It's
Hmm.
a big deal for your friend. Friend will say, yo, man, let's not get bonus like here. So you say, wait there. Like, so this is big. Like, your friend excited,
Yeah,
you excited that not even not, and at least the company is excited. It's really excited.
of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, but yeah, if I was running with Sync and I do something and it bring in an extra half billion of profit, you can't talk to me.
straight up.
Yeah, that's massive. But that share price don't really move from this nice little band here, this nice little band of 21, 25. But yeah, so that's one of the examples of the maturity that the market, a maturing market needs from the side of the investor,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Con-
needing to say that again?
context.
Yeah, man, that context and understanding and understanding of what's going on, which
Mm-hmm.
is how we started on this whole long line. Yeah, an understanding of what's going on, and it makes a world of difference. It helps people so much when they understand what's going on, and then it's not about being an expert or even feeling like an expert. And I think I was saying today, the group was like, "Yo, you never ever really feel like an expert.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, don't think that there's any point where the doubt leaves. Every time before you click buy, there's
You
some fear."
know how much you don't know. You don't know what you don't, but you know
Hmm.
that you don't have a full picture. The person hearing how the trades, you must know everything, bro. Like people have more confidence in what you're doing now than thing because you know said this story, this might not work out how I want it to. This thing no
Hmm.
probably don't actually go how the guy in the company. It sounds sunshine and roses when the first two reports come out, but them can sell again like next quarter. Sell again like for the thing there for the rest of this year. My dividends can come out how I want them to. You know those. You know what you're looking at as this can go wrong. Some. I might even get it right on the analysis part and I look at things there. But people don't care enough because there's other thing happening. And you know when it say this might not work out how I want it to. But when you were right, so with the end of the thing there. Next man I go say, yeah, Randy, bet the trade for me more for buy, what. Because as far as me, Randy get this thing right so often. So he must can do it every single time. He can take on my responsibility from it even.
Yeah, or be my confidence in the
Yeah,
thing.
yo, I'm buying this because Randy said he did a buy it too. No, Randy didn't tell you so
Or,
that.
oh
Because Randy
no,
do
no,
him no no Randy don't say oh and that's the thing we can have a conversation around the thing and if people do that they want to leave with the thing they want to hear from the conversation. So they
yeah,
don't
man.
hear your doubts. They don't and you factor your doubts when you're making the trade. They don't factor your doubts when you're making the trade. So and
Yeah,
they don't know what to look out for. So 2 months down the line, when the thing you're looking out for kind of crap, kind of working, it's gone. You were
or
conversation again because that wasn't the conversation you were having. Actually, you're
mm-hmm.
talking about the thing happening and your thoughts around it. Sometimes you even say what can go wrong, and you not hear that, bro.
They don't want to hear it.
You
Even all the time, even on here, they
mute
don't want to hear it.
that I thought.
They don't want to hear it. Yeah. And so I've gone as far because we've been doing this for long. I've gone as far as well, you've heard me ask people, yo, what exactly? This is oftentimes where people get waffly right up front because I ask them, what were my exact words?
Mm-hmm.
Because I know how much emphasis I put into speaking carefully, especially as speaking on here. What were my exact words?
Mm-hmm.
Like it'll be interesting. Like when I spoke about Kintyre a while ago. Kintyre is a funny one. I know somebody was talking to me about Kintyre, and I'm like, what? Why are you under the impression that I dislike? At the time it was iCrate. I was like, why are you under the impression that I dislike iCrate? Like one of my favorite stocks. Then even that conversation, them here and them misinterpret.
Mm-hmm.
The misunderstanding between liking something, enjoying something, and putting my money behind something is something that I want more of our investors to get an understanding of. You have a shortcut in doing grow. Everymaker.com/GRWR. You do grow, it helps you to understand more about this thing. But if you're choosing to not do it with some people do that, right? You know, it shows out to the people who are like, oh, I'm not spend 100 US. How much you invest in? If I look at 3 million, let me get it straight. You don't want
you won't spend an understanding what to do with the 3 million. You just do it. You just
and you do want to hear what I have to say
yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
I always,
I was
yeah, I want it for free. That's true. Anyway, so that understanding of value is something that we need to get better. We have to get that understand, and that will help us to mature because it forces the market to mature. Like, make no mistake, the dropping of advisors from many houses, the raising of the minimums to get an account at many houses recently, and I'm talking about a long time, recently, a lot of those things are a direct result of the increased maturity of the Jamaican investor base. It is a direct link between the two. Yo, some of the things that are said, think of how they used to lie. Look at the last tropical the APO rollout. They buck shuffled, bumbled because yo, 10 years ago, 5 years ago it would have worked, you know. 5 years ago it would have worked. Now people are asking all kind of question and APO and how am I gonna handle the debt and if you don't raise, I'm gonna blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is literally a direct result of the increased maturity of the current investor base, and it causes the market itself to become even more mature.
You know, I think about tropical not from the same basis, more from the we don't get all the money we want on all the plans from the APO.
Mm-hmm.
138.
Then will soon rally back. This is somebody bring them share price up above the APO price, so I figure them soon rally back.
Yeah, sure, but unless they were buying, unless the company was buying the stock when it was low, they're not making money out of that. So the thing is, we did this, we raised the money, we didn't raise all we need to do, all we wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
So we cannot transform into the thing we said we're going to be. So raise again. It's made me think of trap. Yeah, you have this money to pay off, and you raise to pay it off from the equity side, so it's not I don't owe nobody again. It
Uh-huh.
doesn't happen. You don't get all the money out. So now you have these things you took on, and yet you did not disappear because you don't have the magical APU button to press anymore. You're gone. You pressed already.
But maybe you do. As I said, maybe when I say rally back, maybe
You
them
are
plan to
eat my boss.
raise again.
Do it again.
Yeah, I mean, you can know it's not another side effect of the increasing the mature investor base is that we're not trying to get your money directly. We get it from your pension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just your pension will give you. Who knows how their pension is doing? Very, very, very few people know how their pension doing.
Yeah. Funny you say pension in a great discussion on the APU. GK pension they didn't buy.
Maybe them sort that out now. And like we just need an extra 2 mil. 2 bill. I see
You got
I
right? But do the deal.
yeah, the deal. Wait, sorry, say it again.
Some shares to you know
Yeah, and the shares I have dividends on them.
I'm saying if it's only from one place, you wouldn't have APU. But if you need if you need more money than that one place even then yeah. Back again.
No, but if you're getting the money from anywhere, you don't have the APO, but you're going to choose the APO. Because what am I going to do then? Because the company wants the money.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to do? A right issue?
No, you get this guy to buy shares. And you do that.
Remember-
How you do that?
What do you mean?
How you do
Hold on. Maybe I'm not hearing you properly. Sorry, hold on. Tell me the situation. So, like, we're in the
I
situation. Let's say we are.
I buy the debt in there in a
Mhm.
convertible fashion and convert.
Oh, it's a private APO.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
create or a,
After
yeah. So it's the same thing.
you get it
Okay,
when
so
he wants to buy the APO, this person to buy it today.
but then what you do is you do like what I create. Oh, yo, them not tired one, but so many have followed.
Mm-hmm.
You have the raise event. You call it the APO. You have your partners that you already have the prearranged plan with the conversion, the thing. Um, And then you also like if because who knows, maybe someone else will come in, maybe another pension, maybe the must have some pensions that will come in. One thing we know we're not going to do is we're not in a right issue. I mean that who that benefit? That benefit us, and it also benefit the retail and it benefit our long standing shareholders. But if we do it the other way, it benefit us. Yeah.
All buff.
So so you have two ways and we benefit both ways, but one way just our people benefit. So I pick that way.
Run it.
Yeah, the maturing market is hopefully stopping that sort of thing, or making it harder, making it more difficult to trick the people and causing them to do many lies, or what I call lies, quote unquote lies, where they don't lie but they come very close to it. They say something that sounds a lot like it, or the thing changed. Going back to the Ari Williams, I saw the notice today from them, and the notice said they crave the I had to laugh when I saw it. They crave the JSC's indulgence, maybe. Was it? The other side, like they crave the
Oh,
JSC's
the
indulgence
delay,
in allowing
the
them
delay thing
the delay, yeah, the delay notice.
that died. I mean, I wouldn't say well.
I think it's the first time I think maybe they're under overpressure. JC has also JC has also held the maturity of the market by the increase
In regulatory
regulatory side of the armor, yeah. So maybe Ari Williams new to the market, them see what can happen, them look at other companies, some companies delisted. You kind of like a Eddie Focal, quote unquote, young CEOs. So you look at Eddie Focal suspended. You don't want that for your company. So you're right in a way to make it so good. Yeah,
boss me, please.
please. Yeah. So the actual wording was so funny to me. The actual wording was, I said it was on behalf of Ari Williams Limited, we acknowledge that the company's annual report for the year, yada, 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 was due today, August 28th. Unfortunately, we will not be able to meet this deadline as we continue to assiduous.
No,
I'm not laughing at it, but it's funny. It's like when it's like when you do something wrong in high school, first form, and then they
right.
say write the apology
The big
letter.
word then, bro.
Yeah, man, you draw for every word. Unfortunately, we will not be able to meet this deadline as we continue to assiduously ensure that the report is completed with the utmost accuracy. We respectfully crave the indulgence of the exchange. We crave the indulgence of the exchange to grant an extension of 7 additional days in order to ensure. Did they think that did they think that the JC has to grant them?
That's why I say that's indulgence, because they don't. So that's the thing I'm looking at. Oh, Jano, they feel pressure and say, oh, just please.
The, yeah, we respectfully crave the indulgence of the JSC to grant an extension of 7 additional days, and it's just 7 days. I like the energy. I like that this is literary groveling in my view. And it's a corporation, so I don't mind. A corporation should grovel, but it's not to the JC. It's the shareholders that you're late.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not the JC. It's the shareholders. You see that is the thing. That's where the maturity needs to come into.
Mm-hmm. You talk
You see how they wrote
into
this?
who you're talking to.
They're they're
Is you doing this for the
Mhm.
for yourselves or the guys you this company to? The guy you
There is no mention of the shareholders in this.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
I don't need him.
I don't think they didn't mean that bad
I
way.
know.
Because remember they're new to the market. I think they genuinely just not think they don't think about the shareholders that way. They're not thinking that that's a factor. we respectfully crave the indulgence of the exchange to grant an extension of 7 additional days in order to ensure that the annual report is completed at the highest level of accuracy and in full compliance with the requirements of the exchange. The company remains committed to upholding the rules and standards of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We thank you for your consideration. And that's from the CEO. No mention of the shareholders because in his mind, or in their mind,
You complying JC rule.
yeah, man. So JC's who have the power. So that's who you're grappling to. But it's the shareholders that matter. You put a notice to the JC that you're late, but you're asking your shareholder, you're craving the indulgence. I'm going to remember that for the rest of the year. You're craving the indulgence of your shareholders, not the JC. All right. You can get delisted that you still
Randy,
have shareholders to answer to.
Mm-hmm.
true.
Yeah, that's a bit of a twist. What do you think about Shay when you read that stuff? Because I think maybe you think in the same way that like how most people think. They think of JC rules, JC companies listed on the JC, and so they need to ask JC to do something or JC you need to do something. How you see this?
Hmm. So I was also looking at the fact that a lot of like some responsibility has to go to the shareholders. We're not even like speaking up or anything. So I'm wondering if they forget us because we allow them to forget us.
In a lot of ways, yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
In a
So
lot of ways,
I
yes.
thought about that. Of course, they're wrong. Of course, it's not right, and it's kind of rude, for them to just completely ignore us. But a lot of people who get ignored are people who allow people to ignore them, and I mean this in a very real and practical way. I don't think I've never gone to an AGM like in person. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
And not just that, but a lot of the people who would ask good questions probably don't even bother to ask questions at these meetings or whatever. So then I'm thinking how much of uh, retail being ignored should be placed at retail's feet. You know what I'm saying? Just
oh,
that's what I thought about.
One, we have a base or immature. A lot of people just don't understand them rights. They don't know they don't know what being a shareholder actually means.
Yeah, big
What
up
we
Randy if you
typically
answer
think
that
is
about that.
when we buy the stock, now buy the stock, well, do this thing to make our money and I ignore the fact that for that week, for that day, for those 3 months, for that year, I own this company. Like, the company I've certain is not the guy that started the company alone.
It's mine.
Have mine too. So why him alone have stock? Like when they tell me say yo, yeah, things make up and give you this power. Yes, so my 5 right? The thing I have grants me so much. The thing that grants me the right more than me is because it grants me the rights to the amount I own. And out of power, and we say
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. A lot of people don't really know what that entails, and a lot of people, as you said, it's. I feel like I shouldn't ask big suit and tie CEO my concern. He doesn't have to care about my. He shouldn't care about my things. I'm a little man. I'm not uptown, so let's go with it.
Mm-mm. I have something I wanted to ask you guys. Same point. But
yeah,
did
man, go
you
through.
guys
Yeah.
see the Cygnus the
Oh,
Cygnus thing where
the breath of it.
the
In
vote
there.
couldn't happen because enough people didn't show up.
You know what?
Um, I wondered about it. I wonder is it that people didn't know? Is it that people were just like, well, if I don't give them permission by even showing up, then they can't do it. Or like
Not enough people
I
form a
don't
quorum.
know. What do you guys think?
Wait, go again. You're breaking up there.
She was saying, what do
Yeah.
we think about it?
Oh shit.
Sorry, then I didn't hear the last part of what you were saying just now.
Yeah, I was asking, did I
Shit.
think people just never show up because they never care, or because to me I feel like it just people
Oh,
that
I was just wondering what you think happened here. Is this just normal behavior or
I think I don't know. You start then. I mean, I have thoughts on it too,
signals.
but I'll
Last
make you go
thing I
first.
saw was that they didn't have enough people to form a quorum for both meetings. So to me, it's a lot of the I don't even know who would be there because I'm not checking. Like when I see like the shareholders from ASC or whatever, I immediately well, you just don't see this,
Hmm.
especially his preference. Yo, bro, I have somebody call, that no called me preference shares, and then so it was a run of do I keep them? So you know what would be the thought around that? You know, am I
Sorry. You have somebody call you. What you said about preference
I
shares?
would preference shares. Speaking of preference shares, and she was
Oh, okay,
wondering
okay.
supposed to keep them in reality. You know, the real
Hmm.
one was there's a new thing serve the purpose you want. You're exactly looking for whatever. So when I saw them, I was laughing. So like, oh, but well, I guess they're no longer like the extensions to different now. And then I realized, wait, oh, she would have been one of the people that could have gone if she's okay with
I
an
should,
extension or not.
or she could have voted via proxy.
Yeah, it's
Hmm.
it's. I don't
yeah,
know how these people
or
they see
online?
this message. 'Cause I know she doesn't see this message.
Hmm.
She just hear about it from whoever, and she knows it has. So just click to her
Mm-hmm.
section for check with somebody about what to do with them.
Yeah, because again, she probably just
Um,
put her money there. So
Mm-hmm.
go ahead, Shay. When you do that, I just want to give anybody watching or listening, just even us too, some context around it, like what happened before. But go ahead,
yeah.
Shay.
I also thought about the fact that they called me, so and JMB called me,
Hmm.
cause I bought some shares with some dividends that I got, and they called
Hmm.
me for those 5 shares. I was like, oh, okay. So I wondered if they didn't call, if they called other people and what they said, because what they said on the phone to me was complete garbage. But they at least told me that the meeting was happening,
Hmm.
So
What did
I
they
was
tell
just
you? What did
wondering.
they tell you? What did they tell you? Because I'm sure what they told you, they told a bunch of other people too. What did they tell you?
They told me the meeting was. Thank you. I mean, I already knew, but you know what? Maybe most people are not checking JC News and don't have the feed with all this stuff coming to their phone and all that. Um, so good that they
Hmm.
called. So they established that the meeting was happening. They told me what the meeting was for. But then when I was like, I didn't see in the document, another option for me, like if I want to go, if I don't want to be in this process and extend for longer than I even initially said I wanted to give you my money for. Um,
And for
so
lower.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and for less, like you want to keep my money, number one, and you want to pay me less.
Hmm.
Uh, so you're going to keep it for way longer, 5 years instead of two, and pay me less money for more years. So I was asking, he was like, well, you could just sell. I said, what,
Which is
what?
true.
So, so what you're proposing is that in order for me to, but my money,
You
you
hope somebody
promised
buy
that
what you
I would
want,
get back
what you want, sell it.
in December, I should sell now and pay you a fee for it. After we already talked about what we're going to do and when
Yeah.
the date. Like if that's what you're calling people and telling them that, you can just sell now, you don't have to go through this whole thing with us. What? Don't. So, anyways, maybe that's what they told a lot of people. That it's cool,
I suspect they did. I suspect they
you
did
can
tell a
just
lot of
sell
people that,
and
and you go through. Well, you know what I think
that
also.
bothered me. Go to the meeting.
I get you. Here's what that indicates to me. Remember earlier we were talking about how 100 people in the line. We have 20 reps. Each rep can see five of you to finish it off.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another 100 behind that, right? You think they hired people to make those signals calls? I don't. I think it's people that work there. So
No,
somebody's job was to listen.
got
We
a
have
list.
3,000 signals. Yeah, man. I will split the list up between these 10 people, and you can call all of them. Call all of them. I will go through it so that them know. That means that those people. There's no way you also when you're done this, you can go back out front and give nobody no advice on what they should have buy or sell. So no, cut that out. You can get a brokerage account. Figure it out on your own. Good luck. Right? But then also in the case of signals here with this specific thing, they want to vary the terms. And it's not necessarily unusual, right? It's coming to the end of life of the thing. And they're saying, hey, can we push it further? And we are giving you a lower bit of interest because overall,
The hassle of it.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
no, Signals is still one of my favorite companies when it comes to how they talk to their shareholders. uh, Companies lie in air quotes, CEOs lie. They lie the best. I love the business. I love how the thing does. I am actually a Signals shareholder, but I'm not like putting heavy money into Signals anytime soon. I do it at targeted times when I need to, when I think there's profit there. The quote unquote lie here is quote unquote lie, 'cause it's not really a lie. Under the law, they can't lie to us. What they're doing here is making it seem. I remember, shout out to the Twitter link pointed out that the Signals guys at the meeting made it seem like, we're helping you out instead of having the trouble of
Right?
doing a AGM all the time and having all these things. We're helping you out. We're helping you out. We're doing it for your,
This is for you.
yeah, it's for you. It's for you. um, and so I guess that when they did that, they came with that, and I don't know why they failed. I have a reason. I have a suspicion why they failed. But let's see what Danai thinks while I look that up.
Why they fail?
What do you think about the whole thing? No, I know we have a pretty good idea. They never had quorum.
Yeah,
That's what they said, right?
that's it. Why did people not go? I think a lot of people invite and are not really into hear what it was. But you say because a call straight. That's interesting. That
Yeah,
now is
that's what I'm saying. I got a
my
call.
person got a call and that's why she's asking me. I'm almost certain. So people did hear about it. So why not go?
Would you go?
That's what I probably know. That's what
Yeah.
I just feel like it will happen without me or what. If I'm like
So it usually happens without us, right?
yeah,
But I think in
Mm-hmm.
this
without
case,
us. The people that go are enough.
in this case, they're not
They're
enough.
not.
In this
Yeah.
case, you remember this is Signals we're dealing with now. Remember the Signal SCI is a wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Like the greater Signals group not trying to own any large part of Signals.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel the preference shares is a lot like the same thing. Like we want your money to use it to do things that will give you a
Mm-hmm.
bit of a return after we've done it plus fees and whatever. We're not trying to use our
Just let
money to
us
do
keep
it.
That's
it.
it. That so I don't.
No, but because
I
they don't use their money so much, they don't have the
don't have
usual
enough.
thing that other companies have.
I
Yeah.
don't have enough.
So you see, like select MD and select F.
Actually, exactly that. I've asked you guys to come in because
Yeah,
me. I,
the law requires some amount of quorum. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
And I guess they never hit enough for the big guys. But I don't know what the. You see, I don't have the layout of the
Yeah,
ownership
that's
of the preference shares, but
Definitely thought about that as I was sitting there.
so
Very.
I have to check. I don't think that. I think it's because OPM, and then also because it truly OPM other people's money, because it truly is other people's money. And Cygnus is not like a lot of the other companies, right? Cygnus scrappy, so Cygnus not really wasting money. When them repopularize locally the term dry powder. When them get money, them using it. Them have things to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not really like a lot of other entities where they have a lot of legacy money sit down
Mm-hmm.
and yeah man, just send this pension into it. Cygnus have 2 or 3 people have to ask them broker if hey, you think this would be good for your pension to do or blah blah blah, right? As a result, we may not have the quorum that we need. It's very funny because it then results in them not being able to do the restructuring,
Mm-hmm.
which they're such a financing
They're
company. They're
going
obviously a
to
finance company. No,
they
go ahead, go ahead.
reschedule.
They reschedule. You know what
They
that mean?
rescheduled.
So,
Um,
exactly that.
but my entire point for going to the meeting, I achieved that. So I don't even need to go to the next thing, you know. So,
Well,
but they did reschedule
So
to
you're
the
not going to.
9th, I think, 9th of September.
Why you say don't?
Because all I did want them to do is give me an out. That's all I wanted.
Also, basically,
oh,
she denying the quorum as possible for the next meeting.
Pardon?
You're denying him the quorum for the next meeting, basically. You're
Oh no, I will do the voting fine, but I really don't care at this point if I have an out. I don't care.
well, here's the thing, Shay. If they don't get quorum, you get paid.
exactly. So you're,
You get paid
Exactly.
earlier. You get
Wait,
paid earlier. Yeah,
wait.
go.
yeah.
No, Randy, that's what I'm saying. What I went to the meeting for was to get paid either way, and that's
Oh,
what
it's
I
more
came out with.
against. And so now you say, yo,
So I'm good. I don't,
I go.
I don't, I don't care anymore. Having a meeting, don't have a meeting. I don't care.
So from the outside of
Have
it,
quorum and vote against your thing. I mean, in my opinion, that's interesting. Imagine they have quorum and the vote say no. That would be.
I would love that.
I don't.
That would be so
That's exactly.
awesome.
Like,
But
I want to see this
I
happen. That's one of
don't
those
think
things, you know. It,
just
oh, yo, this is interesting. These things don't usually happen. I want to see that happen.
That's
that
another part
that
of the mature market. Sorry, go ahead, Shay.
that that would be cool to happen, right? But based on the low turnout and the questions and stuff, I guess small discussions that happened at the meeting, I'm pretty sure they would get it to pass if more people, if enough people were there, they would be like, yeah, because I feel like the people who hold the preference shares are more like what Dana was saying. Oh, I buy it and it just there. I get me look at, me look at payments them per quarter. Not watching it. I'm not looking at the market every day. I have no idea. Like the people there, they didn't even know what the shares are trading at. In
Here,
some people
here's the
are.
problem. Here's the
Hmm.
problem. They're not Jamaican. Yes, you can Jamaica, but I don't think the preference shares are Jamaican, right? I could
They
be
have
wrong.
two. They have some Jamaican ones and some US ones.
No, no, no. I mean like
Company. No,
the company.
I think the company is the company is Ocean.
Hmm.
Yeah, the company is St. Lucia,
Oh
which
yeah, yeah,
means
yeah,
it's
yeah.
under the laws of St. Lucia. It has to follow the JC's market laws,
Hmm.
but it has to follow its country's actual law, and the
Yeah.
country you're being is St. Lucia. So they require 50% they need at least two shareholders
Hmm.
and at least 50% of the value of the
Value.
shares present to get quorum to pass anything.
Hmm.
If they couldn't find that, that is telling me something. And if all right, so on the one hand, I think they're going to go out there looking for enough people to make sure that they get quorum. But on the other hand, I also think that they are going to possibly not do anything. I think they're going to possibly like maybe it's wishful thinking. I think they might fail again
Mm-hmm.
at getting quorum,
Yeah, I think
which
they will.
means which means that they will have to pay out the larger money, which might cost them a bit in terms of
You know, really,
their moves.
you still want the debt, you know. You
Right, they have to
don't.
find the
You
principal and
still want to
everything.
pay out this money. You want you
Hello.
want to lower the cost of the debt.
Correct. Yeah.
So I have to draw my dry quota, and then know if I want to get this money back
I
in, I have to do a whole raise around that.
A whole new raise.
yeah, I don't know if they have the dry powder for it
And
either, but not that they might. I'd have to go and look. I hear the Piggles. I can't pronounce the name. Hokage.
Yeah, yeah.
Piggles the guy, Jin. What's up, boss?
what's up,
Brother, I'm there there for about 45
man?
minutes
I'm Japan.
to try to get in a talk.
Sorry,
I
boss.
didn't want to disrupt. not true. True. Me in Japan too long. We get too manageable. So,
I get you.
yeah. Very quickly. Eddie Focal. That's from when I was trying to get into the
You,
conversation.
you interrupt with signal stuff and bring up Eddie Focal, brother.
Yeah, because come on, money one up. So that's that is why. Just wanted to know in terms of the well, sorry, not even sorry. We cut that out. Sorry, but yeah, we cut
Keep
about the
going.
earnings of
Just,
stock market
just,
to make it
yeah,
clear.
cut it out. Cut out what, bro? It's live.
No, no, I am
Everybody heard you.
cut up. No, I cut up about the
Oh yeah,
focal
fuck.
thing. Anyway,
Yeah.
You're not the only one. A lot of people are. A lot of people are.
yeah, I was asking as well in terms of the efficient markets. So long as I get the conversation, the efficient markets. Is it only people making money better from an inefficient market because other people will be slow to react to information? Isn't that what usually is the case?
That's
I,
what I
Or
was.
we have it wrong?
Let me say that, like, that whole efficient market theory is theory, right? It's not there. There is no efficient market in the world. There is no efficiency.
Yeah.
There's no true 100%
Efficient
efficiency,
market. Yeah.
right? Yeah. Let's say that.
Mm,
Let's say like the most efficient case. Then I have a million in GK. Shay have a million in GK. I have a million in GK.
mm,
All three of us bought it at $10 or $50 or
mm,
whatever. And we think it's going to go to $100 within the next by December next year.
mm,
Now, let's say GK is doing all the things right. They're doing the GKFG spin-off. They're listing it, GKFG on the local market. Everybody happy, GK happy, GK share price fly by June next year, right? Let's say all of that happens.
right.
However, I have a bill to pay in May,
Mm,
and GK is at $170 in May, but my bill is also due
mm,
at the end of May. It doesn't matter how
right.
efficient it doesn't matter how efficient the market is.
Needed more.
I'm going to have to sell because my life requires me to sell, right?
Right. Okay.
And that
Mm,
then causes somebody else to come in at 170, and they may be okay selling at 190, but maybe they bought so much at 170. They bought 10 million worth at 170 that when it go up to 190, heading to 200, them soak up all of the demand with their sales. And so Shay and then I get out. It doesn't mean that the market is inefficient.
The,
It just means
mm,
that human beings all have different leverages of need.
needs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
so that's where that's valid. Efficient market. The thing they say is the most efficient market is where all
Mm,
information is priced in, which means your predictions don't matter.
yeah.
Meaning
mm,
the
And even that
I
never
see.
really happens. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make
priced
sense
in and
either.
not possible. So
Mhm.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about that. But
if I
the earlier
in 3 years time, if that's already priced in, then why would anybody buy?
Mhm.
Mm,
Yeah.
So
true.
So no, I don't.
I
I don't think we ever get there unless
yeah, we'll never, even with graph or anything like that, we can never get there. Human beings can't get there. It's not that human beings can't get there. Once you have humans in the system, you can't get it. So it's not even a worry or
That's the
anything.
market.
It's
Market.
yes, it just is the market. It's just an econ talking point. It's not a real thing. I,
Mm, okay.
yeah. So you can look at stocks as being more efficient though,
Yeah.
and that's something that we can pay attention. A stock can be less efficient, more efficient.
hmm
Imagine, like we saw earlier, I don't know, you bring up Eddie Focal, but I prefer at least bringing up Kim Tire. We saw
Mm,
Tyrone mention 29 cents and $29, right? To
mm,
me, of course, you need to be a cheerleader for him company. You need to be crazy about him company, and maybe that tweet is crazy. Cool. But if you're thinking efficiently, let's say he does pull it off. He is actually he has probably been he has probably led one of the most one of I don't know, yeah, one of the heaviest private equity moves on the market. It don't look like it. I was joke about this before, but like Seven's restaurant and all of that stuff, those are companies. And he's
mm,
done buyouts of those companies. The real estate stuff he's done buyouts of those things, right? Those are all things that have value to them or can have value to them. Now, let's say he actually realizes that value and put a couple of them on the micro market if it happened, yada yada yada. You know, the parent company Kintyre blow up, and it's 5 years later and they're at 29. The 29 cents to $29 move is massive, but then they're at 29 now, and he has maybe three stable companies that are growing well, doing well, spinning off a nice predictable dividend yield. And so now for the next 5 years, Kintyre, the company that 100x from 29 cents to $29, is now bouncing between $29 and $32 and come back down to 29 and 32. It's now more efficient. You get me?
Yeah.
So when the news, when he knows something because he has more information than us, and when the
Mm.
information that he has comes out and people react to it, and there's a big spike in the share price, that's what they could say is a bit of inefficiency, right? But then as the company becomes more mature and earnings become more predictable, then it becomes more efficient, and then it becomes like a JP
Mm.
or a Panjam.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. As for the earlier question, I don't know. Ask Dana. I don't know if Dana can help you with the Eddie focal thing, but hey.
No, nobody can help you that. Only God. And
No, 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 but God can help you with that. What you mean? The company is still listed.
Company still a company. They own shares in the
Company is still a
but
comp,
suspended, you know.
company.
and you,
And a
I,
company hard for that, as you taught me earlier this couple of years ago. A company's a hard to grade once it's listed, so
That's
yeah,
like I said.
also not. See, you're doing the Randy. It's your Randy. And
yeah, but yeah. I mean, suspension is very close to dead.
also,
I-
you set up like how I know how that user is. Like
Mhm.
you don't give yourself the options, and the options are we can keep it. We can then,
Yeah,
and
because
that's
it can do.
and it's hard for that. And if it's not dead, it doesn't mean it's dead. It doesn't mean it works out for you because it doesn't die. Like,
Mm.
Correct. It could lose its
because
listed
it's listed
status.
and you're not
Mm.
anything, it doesn't mean you stay. That's not the situation. Hard for that is not saying it's a good thing for you unanimously in that context. That's like saying the guy when Steve first go to his first run a meeting, everybody should have hold it because it now go dead. No, make
No, no.
money should
Yeah,
be buying from you. They're making their decision. Oh, the person buying from my business now go dead is a for you inherent now go dead guy. That you and you decide.
Uh, mm.
yeah, yeah. And the reality is it could dead, right? How long they have between how long can you remain suspended for these days? Anybody know?
I forgot to read out the group.
Yeah, man, that's a
Is that
bit of research that you can do. I don't know if it's long anymore. I think it's months, but we've had companies that it's so funny. I don't think Siboney ever got suspended, although it was a different market back then, right? Maybe they
that's
weren't.
again? Pulse. Pulse will go to our time.
Pulse was suspended for a long time, and I want to say maybe they were even. I don't know if they were delisted, but I know they're suspended for a long time before they came back on. Um, and we've also seen. I don't know if Sweet River. I don't know if Sweet River.
Did they come?
What
They went. I think they just never came back.
I don't know if they were suspended. I think they. Yeah, I think they're just straight
Oh, you're right.
delisting.
What they were delisted? I can't remember that. I think
I
I were exactly.
I mean them. Either way, they've definitely gone now, right? Mr. Lisa Hanna has it. And who else has been down this road? I mean, Kintyre got suspended and came back, and now hey, you see what Tyrone is doing. So the story is never quite over, but nobody ever really wants to be in this situation. Obviously, I'm saying that too as a shareholder who doesn't want to be in this situation, but
Yep.
hey, I don't work there. Let's see what the CEO does. Let's see what the leadership team does.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean they changed. Let's see.
yeah, let's see what they do. But geez, man, we're talking about something that with like Signal say come bring it here. So
No, but Brandy, I'll blame your inefficiency for acknowledging me. You understand?
You're not.
you're
And yeah,
100% correct.
suspension
Yeah,
slip
but
going on
and
because the man lead.
it
Something must be wrong.
something.
Blame
I'd run this
football.
Hogcores.
Yeah, well,
Well, I'm just so happy you guys are back, doing what you guys love. So,
well,
yeah, big up on yourself as usual.
big up
Maybe I
you.
work out. So.
Big up you. And you might be don't know. You know, try your hand at the image. Since you be the only person who try your hand at it, so who knows? You could
What
win
image
a.
then? Where is it?
So this is the poster for this month. I keep saying this month, this week. The poster for this
Is
week.
it on,
Like,
I was online to look at it, or is it on
If you, if
Twitter?
you if you're looking on,
I
it's
mean,
on Twitter. It's on Twitter. It's also on the screen if you can see a screen. But it is on Twitter. It is there with the space. I'll share it into the space also.
what would have vault? Oh, all right. Hmm.
So it's 5% of a discount for every element that you get right, and there are a bunch of elements there. So you have to pick what the thing is. Um, although you've done grower before, but hey, who knows? You can give it away.
Mm, let me see. All right, obviously the brick building, brick by brick. There's a racehorse, a dark horse thing, which I was mentioned. Um,
That one was yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that also has to do with anything with SVL. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Uh, mm, for that money stock rally, the GS, the stock symbols, ladder. Who climb ladder? Hold on, then. Was that 2017 trophy? You can't see. What's the
Uh,
year in that?
20 something.
2019. Oh,
It could be
it's the
2018. It could be 2015.
okay, we can't read that.
mm,
I even have glasses.
mm,
Yeah, it's 2015 though. I tell you that.
Okay.
mm, mm. No. JFP, possibly. The building about the refurbishing stuff.
Yeah, I
See all
know.
the ladders though.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
I
yeah.
might try to find it. We'll not get it.
The ladders are the
Mm.
funds. If you
I
count
see,
them,
I see a lab reference, the film, the movie, lab, like, camera.
Snakes
there
and
is a
ladders.
camera there. There is a camera there.
Snakes and ladders. Right.
Oh my God. Chaos is a
That's
ladder.
what this is at first. Mm.
Yeah. But yeah,
Crane. Mm.
it might be hard
Crane
for you
and
to guess. You can guess one away or guess it go with it done. But
cool.
yeah, but
Nothing
no
good.
pressure, no pressure. It's just in case anybody wanted to. Since you're the only person who said that speaker request. It's cool. But big up, bro.
Jamaica is built on a mountain.
Big
Yeah.
up, Dre.
Well, we are built on a mountain. Yeah. So big up, Jay.
Details.
Cool. Um, yeah, damn. Then I shaved the intro off for this with this thing. I gotta talk about
That's
the Sigmas.
fine. That's fine. I guess what I want people to take away is, as retail investors, um,
Well, Paul.
yeah, we have power, and we have to take some of the responsibility for the lack of acknowledgement. Cause if we
It
not
not
talk,
gonna change
then
if you just exactly. Yep.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
If
yeah.
there's nobody in the isn't another sphere, you cannot advocate for your rights on your behalf, except Randy, and he's
mm,
also in the same boat with you. You can't do it as well.
And even I don't even do that much anymore.
Yeah,
Come, I can't take no more beating.
yeah,
you're
I can't
free
take the beating.
hmm
stuff. So
yeah,
you're doing your part, and then everybody
Yeah.
else nothing. It don't really work that way. You can't. We are already crowded out. If you don't have a
hmm
voice, then nobody's not gonna hear it.
Correct. Help the people, and the same people turn around and laugh and help beat you. So let them drown.
hmm
But but for the people who don't want to drown,
kind of
there
bushes.
are options there. There are options there, and you do need to know it. Because you see, like this, going back to the Ari Williams notice, I genuinely, outside of it being funny, the craving, the indulgence of the exchange, I genuinely think that the gentleman was trying to do the right thing in his mind, like him trying to show I take this thing
Yeah.
serious.
hmm
And the fact that it doesn't occur to him at all
At all.
to mention the shareholders or understand that it's the shareholders who
Mm,
you are screwing over, not the JSC.
Mm-hmm.
Says that he's not. I don't think there's any malicious intent behind it. I
I
think it's like
don't
I just
believe
don't
that.
know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just don't know. I
It
just
didn't
don't know
even
because
think about you
the
guys.
shareholders in it exactly, and
Yeah.
that's the one thing that has to change if the market is going to truly mature. As soon as the shareholders demand more, it has to happen.
Things are better now, in my opinion, and
Of
we've,
course.
yeah.
I
So
remember the day
that's how I know it can work. Cause
of Randy balling on Twitter, and at JSC it went wrong. At JSC, he haven't explained this properly. At JSC,
Yeah,
and them call him almost different name. That
that guy on Twitter.
that's
guy
right.
on Twitter, Ryan Rowe. The response to the man, so like, his name is there. Did he say respond to you? Or Scotia respond to you? And then use your name? And wrong name them use. Yeah, that used to be. So
And
I company
Yeah,
talk about
so
JSC
they
talk.
can absolutely hate us. They can be super annoyed, but you can't ignore us if we're, you know, if we will not be
The thing
ignored.
is built on listening to us.
exactly. Also, these are
Um,
corporations. These are corporations, not
They don't
people.
exactly
Corporations don't have feelings.
exactly.
exactly that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the Cygnus Corporation does not love us, right? It does not love
Oh, we
us.
care so much about you that, you know what, guys, I think it
Yeah,
would be best for everyone, and we're doing this for you guys, remember now.
exactly.
When
And it's not even a knock
bro,
to them.
bro,
It's like it's a corporation. Huh?
as a, it's not like you're telling me like, my primary benefit here is the money we make from this thing. You're telling me that I go lower, I go wait longer than
but you're
me
doing it for me.
better for me.
The people.
Yeah, like, you're an ordinary shareholder. You make a claim. Oh, you're a bit less debt, more profit.
And
Mhm.
they're like,
French
oh,
shares,
but you wouldn't have to go through
like,
the process of lending us again, the whole application
mhm.
process. We can just skip that part.
I would have
No,
little meetings again.
Yeah.
And it's funny again. No knock to Cygnus either. I think they're doing the right thing. And again,
mhm.
you have to, as a company, you have to act in the space that you actually are.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to say like, yeah, we can't tell. I want, how we'll know when we're mature properly? When a company can be honest. Hey,
Still bad thing.
yeah, hey, here what? We don't want
Or-
to keep these
Right?
meetings because the meetings cost us. Two, it would work so much better for our budget. Like we have a just in case budget, but it would work so much better for our budget if
Mm-hmm.
instead of spending all that dry powder to redeem the preference shares, because we have to give back the interest and we have to give the principal.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just change the terms, and we are changing the terms downwards. But here, hey, we are in a different economic environment from when we initially did this
I'm
thing.
ready.
Rates are lower, so we're still making it competitive, but it's not as high as it was, and it is what it is. It's still pretty nice, right? 10, we're moving from 10.5 to 9.85. 9.85 is still one of the higher rates out there. And that's 9.85, if we're right, yeah, 9.85, and we're not a Jamaican company. So there's no tax on that.
No tax.
Yeah, that
Mm-hmm.
9.85 is still one of the highest yields on the entire market. You see, when you don't have to pretend, when you don't have to hide it suddenly becomes a completely different thing,
But
right? It becomes
the problem is that they feel like they have to.
exactly. We feel like we have to lie to you because that's what it was. We will know we've matured when they can just come to you straight up and say,
Yeah, bro. Don't come on.
yeah. And do you know that that's why in advanced markets like the US, is that dilutive secondary offers happen? They don't call it APOs. They said they're going to issue some shares to X, Y, and Z, or they're going to offer some new shares to the market. Look at what happened during with the whole, the movie company shares and even that Bitcoin company shares. That I can't remember the name of the company. Strategy, MSTR, MicroStrategy. I know they're just in strategy. The company that all they really hold is Bitcoin, and they have a crap load of Bitcoin. What did they do? They issue brand new shares, so they're diluting current shareholders oftentimes, right? Hugely diluting shareholders and taking that money and buying Bitcoin, but they're not pretending not to.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not making up the whole heap of other reasons. They're saying, hey, we are doing a dilutive event, and but we're doing a dilutive event in a market and at a time where what we're doing is so attractive to everybody that there is more than enough demand that we've already identified to soak up this thing. In fact, we've already spoken to the market makers, so them already guarantees that them buying the shares once we issue them, and we're going to already we already mark out that we're going to take this money and we're going to buy X amount of Bitcoin with it, right? We've already have all of that, and so we're doing this thing. Now, what are they doing it in? They're issuing these shares in the most popular market in the world. Everybody around the world invests in the US market. That's the level of demand that they're dealing with. And they have market makers in the middle of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Jamaica, if the same people here complain about low liquidity, want you to forget that they complain about low liquidity when they're issuing shares, millions of units to the public. You're screwing your current shareholders. Now, if in the mature market like the US, it is known that you're screwing your current shareholders, but those shareholders have the option of jumping out, of jumping back in, yada yada, easily. Why in the smaller market wouldn't you expect that to be a bigger problem? And when it becomes a bigger problem, why are you trying to pretend like it's not our lie or make it sound like it's just the people saying it? That's how you end up in the situations they end up in. We will know that we've matured when companies no longer feel the need to lie or make things sound a certain way or kind of cover, just come straight out and say, yo, we want to be a big group. We get this chance for this US company. We also have a company in Damrep. Everybody knows we're a household name Tropical. We are margin to the hilt already. So we need some money to ease up some of this margin debt because Cygnus helped us out a little bit with the last bit of inter I don't know what you call it. Like we had some a gap. We fill the gap for us, and then we need to give them a bunch of shares, and we also needed to help us to get a lot of money, and we don't want to do a rights issue. We want to dilute you, but we believe that things are so good that 10 years from now it might be even better.
Or the thing
Yeah,
about they give me something.
exactly. And so we are now going to be a $1 company per share. Think of it that way, but let's do it. Or listen to your shareholders, understand what they're asking for, and you're able to raise the same amount of money via rights issue. Like once you are comfortable where you are, you stop lying. It works for humans, it works the same way for companies. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that discomfort with where they are, that's why they lie. And that's how you know when the market has matured.
Yeah,
When it
I agree.
simple. Well, I don't know if that's a great point to end it on, or if you guys want to keep talking.
Anytime really they fight with APOs again.
Oh my God, we
But
can't
it
get a profit.
wasn't. It wasn't
Good
even. I
man.
don't even wouldn't even call that an APO boy. I would
Right.
have just said, boy,
It is. But I get
yeah.
that's strong thing. It's
I
not
would
what he
have
said.
said,
I
why
heard.
it's a very good point to end on. Come to me straight. Don't try to take me for idiot. We're doing
Exactly.
all this practice, and we're talking. We're doing our podcast, and we're doing our grower and this and that. And now I know more than I used to know, and now I'm looking at more than I used to look at, and now I'm demanding more than I used to demand. So level up
Start
as
me
well.
straight. Exactly.
Straight up.
That's exactly. Just level up as well. You hit the nail on the head. Yeah. And when them level up, we will all benefit from it.
And again, us leveling up is not against. We pay these guys money to do all we do. We are
No.
here. So end of the day, you're not losing from that.
And I think it would do more for, I guess, investor confidence, because
Of course.
I think deep down you kind of know when somebody is telling you foolishness. Like even if you don't know what exactly is wrong with what they're saying, or you can't pinpoint it and say this part or that part,
No,
you
and
kind
I
of
think that's scary.
feel it if
I think that's
somebody is
scary.
telling you something
A
that,
lot
Hold on. Say that again, Danai.
I think that's shaped bias. I think a lot of people don't know
oh,
because again, this is to people in a lot of ways. It's I walk in and the thing the guy is telling me is all I know, is all I've heard about it. He tell me say when he says it's better for me, I don't understand why he's saying it's better. I just know he said it's better.
Yeah. And so when somebody
You
else says
explain,
no, it's not that
explain,
good.
even when
Sorry,
he
go
says
ahead, Dan.
why it's better, I don't really get that because I don't know it at its core like that.
It's true. That's true. That's why. in fact, that this I was always coming back to it, but that's why the initial reaction to the APO thing was initially, Dan I knows, was actually initially surprising to me because it was like somebody tell me, say, oh, rain falls from the ground up to the sky. And I was like, no, rain falls from the sky down to the ground. No, how could you say that? And I, wait, what? What's happening here? It took me a while to realize because it's not so they just genuinely don't know. And then the problem is that when they're facing the reality of it, the rain is falling down on you. You just kind of avoid the people that you tell say it used to fall from the ground up. Or you say, yo, it used to fall from, it can fall from the ground up to the sky, but it's that guy on Twitter.
Or the sprinklers come on. And you're
Yeah,
like, see?
what? Yeah,
Rain
yeah,
from
yeah,
the ground.
Big up
yeah,
Efrat.
yeah. Big up, Seprad. Also, you notice how little Seprad argues? The man then just move. The man, me just a dumb thing. I'll never forget
When
PD Scott saying,
it was money made, So it wasn't even like we had unhappy investors.
when Seprad did theirs.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? I thought then that, yo, the share price is probably gonna fall a bit and
Mm-hmm.
and it did. It did fall
And
and stagnate for a little while, but
for a while.
the man they managed it out this a certain
Hey,
way.
yo, we do this when we can benefit.
And you're gonna take an X amount of years hold it and look at them. They're using the material market in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, congrats to them. I think they would have listed in Trinidad today, not separate, but there's one of them arms.
Right.
Yes, Bryden, now listed in Trinidad.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, that's a big deal.
That's a whole. Randy wants another episode to start, right?
That's
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to do another episode, but we can do an entire episode on just the separate. Just separate.
I agree.
Jeez. Yeah, it's exciting times. But yeah, stop taking people for idiot and the market will mature. And if you are the people, as we are all the people, let's stop taking ourselves for idiot. Let's listen to everything. That's one of the best ways I think that you can do easily.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to the views and listen to the views that contend, and then seek for yourself to find out how it really go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have to defend anti-APO sentiment now. I just point to all the APOs.
Except one.
And say, okay, except one. And KP REIT, both of whom, well, KP REIT is raising again soon, I think. And I think 138 might try a second raise. So
Them still need the money.
yeah, and funny enough, you notice now again shareholders are poor. You notice what was said around Tropical's APO. They never wanted to call it an APO because investors are smarter. We know better, so we want to call it something else. We call it what it is: a dilutive secondary offer. Yeah, call it what it is. And then
It don't sound nice, though.
It don't sound nice. I wonder what KP REIT will call theirs.
It would be interesting to see.
It'd be very interesting to see which the first company to try a proper rights issue with no other strings around it. Tyrone. Right? No other foolishness. Just try a real one. Don't try convert 5 pieces of debt at the same time that you're also having a rights issue. Just try a straight up rights issue. You'd be surprised. I'm not talking just Tyrone. I'm talking to almost every company looking for money now.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised how many billions. There's no limit to how much money you can raise in a rights issue, or you can do the same thing. You can raise the same exact amount of money, and it shows respect for your current shareholders, that the people who have been by your side for how long. And I say that to every single main market company. Like it hurt me that NCB didn't do one. If NCB had done a rights issue instead of an APO, certain articles would never have been written. It's the truth. Could never have been written. Because the share price would have had such a boost from around the rights issue that even any fall off in share price later on would have been mitigated. There'd have been happy shareholders. The money would have been gotten there. Nobody would be online talking about who for debt.
I think the whole rights issue APO thing comes back to the rating the same way. Them don't rate way.
Yeah, you're not even a consideration.
Yeah, it
You
just
heard it.
it comes back to that. It comes back to the ratings. The ratings are just not there.
And I'm telling you, say,
They
you're
will have the
incidental.
Little
meetings
bit of
and
money.
ask for your permission because they have to by law, but them don't make
But
them rules
they're
their
not
life.
really asking for your permission
No,
either.
not really.
Hear what? We have to ask the shareholders' permission,
Yeah, we have to
but
have the
I run the
meeting
company and I'm the lead shareholder
and yeah,
and I own 70% of the shares. So I'm going to say yes. And what happens whenever they don't have that? That's when you get a signals.
yeah,
Anytime
exactly.
they don't own enough shares to automatically make it happen, it struggles. So more power to the people. That's how we'll mature.
Mm-hmm.
Big up. But anyway, I think we've spoken for more than long. I didn't think we are going to go this long, but wow. We seem to
Well,
be
You know us, bro, the yapping.
yeah, I can
yapping.
chat. I can chat. I will tell anybody that I
Well,
can
all
chat.
three of us can. So
So,
I'm guilty as charged, and then I can talk. Once the topic is interesting, I think people enjoy it. So shout out to the people who enjoy it and listen. Thank you to Shay and Danai and to Pickles for joining. And for everybody listening now and in the future. Big up, hope you guys enjoy this. I mean, Danai and Shay, you should tell the people by it. I don't know. Is the election the election will happen before the next Brick Talk? Oh,
Yes, sir.
yes, it
wow.
will.
So maybe
Yes, it
there's no
will.
more Brick Talk after this. Maybe the country mash up and
That's weird. Oh my God.
oh my God. So anyway, yeah. So thank you guys for
It's been
listening.
real.
Yeah, it's been great. In case the world ends September 3rd, thank you guys for a wonderful market. And I do think you guys should go out and vote. I think everybody should vote in their own interests and have a voice at least. That's what
Yep.
I say. Have a voice.
All right.
Shade and I, anything you want to tell the people?
You want people big up? Thanks for tuning in. See you next week, hopefully.
Yeah.
Anyway, all the best.
Hopefully.
Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been a nice little chat. I enjoyed it, and I look forward to next week.
Me too. I have to find a nice. I made the two images for next week, one orange and one green.
Oh
Trust
dear.
me.
Uh,
Oh
Um,
dear.
do it from now because by next week Friday, you know who wins, so you can use that appropriately.
Sir,
sure.
it's been a real challenge for me leaving my house lately because I wear a lot of blues and greens.
Aha.
A lot of blues and greens.
Uh, you know, you know,
And just generally that's
Same,
a color palette that I use a
same
lot.
thing that will not give me no problems. But I also agree with that color I love. So I end
Yeah,
I end up
it's been
looking
a
at I know
challenge. I kind of just want it to be over. So I can wear
you look
clothes
behind me.
again. It's limiting my attire.
Yeah.
I
the
mean, I
funny.
could just
We
wear
still
black,
include
but
the orange,
anyway.
bro. So I'll
You got to. You have to. You have to. You have to. Time come for the curtain. I mean,
Yeah,
jokes
that
aside,
part.
though, here's one thing I will say. Now, I think it's good to say. All jokes aside, I've also been sick of this whole thing, and I don't really. A lot of it is less than desirable in my view.
Mhm.
But I know how hard you can get when it comes to politics. What I do think is worth mentioning is that I don't even know how to mention it because it sounds political. I don't mean, you know me, I care about the market. I only see one mention of the stock market in a manifesto. And if it's from the GLPs who are from the current government, and I like that because they have promised the micro stock exchange officially, page 32 of their manifesto. They officially promised it, and I care a lot about that because that
Hmm.
is them officially saying that they have to do it. Either no, politicians work for us. If you think I care less, I don't know if I like corporations more than I like politicians, but
Straight up.
but this is an important point. So I do think that is something that we should pay attention to. I am biased towards anything that helps the stock market, and it
The
being in the
thing I want.
manifesto means that
Okay.
it's a it's an official promise.
As
Proven this shit, bro.
as I said something the other day,
Proven this
and
shit, Randy.
Say that again,
Proven this
Dana.
shit, bro.
All right, don't say nothing, Dana. Go ahead, Shay.
yes, You know what? It's probably not. I will say next week because I said it and somebody thought it was really good. But it can be it can be construed as or in support of
Yeah, I don't want
one
anybody to go through
side.
that sort of pressure. Yeah.
But it's really just about my money, bro. Um, that's what I'm about.
It's
Really is about
born.
the money.
Yes, that's fantastic. Yeah. I'll leave it
But
there.
yeah, we'll see next week what way how it go. Hopefully we have a nice
Congratulations.
okay week. I mean the week might not be great, but I at least want it to like be at least okay. And don't get too crazy.
Yeah, I don't want to be crazy at all.
We'll get together next week
Yeah, we will.
and
We
I'll
will.
talk about more stuff. That'll be fun.
Yeah. You know what? So thank you guys. Night. I forget. I haven't said this. It is the last day of August, trading day of August.
Oh yeah.
So I
Oh
will just
yeah.
point out the securities that have ended so far the year up. What's that? That's 44 securities have ended the
Mhm.
year higher than the start of the year at this point. Number one being JetCon. Like
Well,
who?
mm,
Yo,
mm.
shout out to the girl subscribers, the people in the group. Some of you owe on a picnic some money to specifically. Because we had a conversation months ago and somebody's child was a pick one and somebody's child said JetCon. And even I thought, well, kids don't know. From the mouth of babes. 48% up at this point from the start of the year. CPFV from the mouth of CPFV is up. That's separate by another name.
Mhm.
RPL, the People's Champ. Carreras, the People's Cigarette. Lasset.
People's cigarette.
Hmm,
Huh.
okay.
SIL, probably one of the more personal interesting stocks for me. MTL USD, SIL USD, 18% up on the US dollar in Jamaica. And this company religiously pays dividends and has a very
Oh
interesting
yeah.
dividend policy. You guys should check it out. A dividend reinvesting policy that they did themselves. Um, Sterling, the Jamaican side, JPS, GHL, CFF. You guys can see, check it all out on My Money JA. I'll share the link to the year to date. And of course, well, I don't like any negative, but I look at the 10 top 10 losers. I thought Eddie Focal would be number one, but no. Tropical is actually lower than Eddie Focal at this point in terms of
Damn,
losses year to date. Damn.
That
So,
rough.
that's
Wait.
rough.
So this factors the previous, right?
uh, factors when you say previous, what you mean?
When it was on the junior market.
Yeah, man, this is straight. This is from
Yeah.
January. This is from the start of the year till today, regardless of where you are. Yeah. So they are the biggest losing stock from the start of the year till now is Tropical.
You know.
There's they did it to themselves. Spur Tree. Then was it on BrickTalk that I mentioned Spur Tree and said it was down how much percent and that can't continue?
Not sure.
I'm
Not
not
sure.
sure either. But whoever knows when I said that, check Spur Tree's price from that date till today. JFP, yo, JFP as the third biggest loser, down 43%. And that's also an interesting down. There's well,
Mm-hmm.
anyway. R.A. Williams. And
See
then
your
of
group chat.
yeah, I'll say it in the chat. And then R.A. Williams, of course, is suspended learn. And then Kaylee, that's an example of one you were talking about earlier that nobody really talks about it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. We actually had anyway, that was something for the group that they got that we had privately around Kaylee and who knows, let's see what happens there. Image Plus. I'll do an episode on imaging because I think there's something in the whole because we have a few imaging two imaging companies, right? Image Plus and
Elite.
Elite.
You need the OG.
And technically
You need
G West.
Mm.
technically.
Technically, technically.
I don't know if
Is that a part
GUS.
of their thing?
I don't know if it's a main part of. I don't know if it's a main or a direct part of their revenue, but I don't. I haven't
Okay.
checked in a while.
Babe, babe.
Yeah, I know they did some weird thing where it might be rent that them getting instead of whatever.
Okay.
Um, IPCL 1GS 43 cents. I mean, I like the
Gotcha.
company, but I like the company, but that's not what set share prices. Cabroca's main event, neither. I don't think main event is gonna end the year down there, but that's my personal view. All of this is my personal view. Paramount, Kintyre, 29 cents, down 29% year to date. And you hear the CEO says him saying in a loud background, so he can't come on and tell us, but he expects this to change into $29. Tyra, Tyra, that sounds a lot like. I mean, I look forward to hearing from Tyrone. He say he'll speak into. I look forward to hearing from Tyrone. Dolphin Cove down 29% and at $13. And
Word.
hey, yeah, I'm feeling it, and it should probably be down lower. So guys, remember everything mash up at Dolphin Cove. Feel free to sell some of your shit. I'm joking about everything mash up. I'm not joking about selling your shares for cheaper. I would love if you guys did. I will be buying it. There's no secret. I'm making it clear. I would love if you sell the Dolphin Cove shares for cheaper. I would be buying them. I care about the Dolphins deep within my bank account. And MPCCEL, who I've always wondered about, but we talk about them another time. Anyway, I was hoping to hold off until somebody was coming on and said they're coming on, but they didn't, so I will just do it myself. And end with the image. You guys want to guess, and then we'll call it a night. Let me hear what you guys think about the thing.
Dark Horse, SVL. That app with the I didn't even think Dark Horse until people said it. The app with the thing on the money, that's my money JA.
Yeah, yeah, I mean,
2015 cup.
I was
2015 cup to me is what the name again? JC.
okay.
yeah.
The
I thought of JC and them. The ladders, basically the point is to get back to being the best again at some
Mhm.
point or something. Yeah,
Mm,
Okay,
mm.
okay,
something like that.
okay. You guys
So
can
that
go through all the points. I mean, you'd have to.
the
Yeah,
camera,
go ahead.
Uh-huh.
the 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 columns right there at the front. I was saying
Container Korean.
was also saying maybe thing there. Could be bank, could be
Bank.
bank. That's typical. Or they share it NCB or any
Mhm.
other bank. The
It's uh,
crane.
it's not. I should to help you guys out. It's not just stocks. It's about the material market. So the image is on point with the market.
Oh,
So I will tell you, like that's one easy. Yes, this is around MyMoneyJA, but again, because MyMoneyJA.com has an app and is also a web app targeted
mhm.
towards the local market. So everything here is
Mm-hmm.
JC related from the perspective of the market.
So 1 3 on the back is
Mm-hmm.
using JP price wake up.
It's right beside the crane, and you know that they own Kingston Wards, right?
Same so. And the pallet is there, man,
Where's the pallet?
on the crane.
Ah, no, but I like that. Shame over here more. I think I deliberately put about
I
10
thought
things
those
in there. So it's not like
were
it's a lot.
cool. Yeah. So yeah, all of those. I was wondering about this super baby here. I don't know what's going on there. But
What do you think it is?
hold on. But he has hmm. I don't know. It was just interesting to see the super baby.
Yeah, it's super very hard
But he
to
is
get to,
wearing
but
American colors. Don't know if that means anything.
everything in there has meaning. I wasted 15 minutes getting this image right.
All right, so I don't know. Maybe super baby. Wait. It looks like the trophy's on top of money. Is it on top of money?
No.
What is that?
Don't go that
Okay,
deep.
cool.
No more guesses. Then I have any more?
Mm, I can barely make out it.
Yeah,
Figure out what
some of them are crappy, so they're very generalized.
guys in the
Uh,
building. Oh, suits. In the houses. Those guys.
it's related to that. That's actually pretty close. So I never even thought you'd get that one. I never thought
Wait,
anybody would get that one.
on that door. That logo look familiar. Does it? Okay, anything? Anybody else know?
No logos there. You can save your energy.
Okay, I have no clue what that is. And then
Yeah.
pin there. And the flags are GK.
The or the flags, GK. All right, so let me go from the base up. Obviously, it's all JC. One, two, three, four, five. I'll do it this way. So it's all JC related. I'll do from the top down actually. The cup, yeah, JC. Then I thought you know this one immediately. I mean, JC 2015, also 2018. Number one stock exchange in the world. Bloomberg, yada yada yada. Right? The market still being built, which we love. The camera is not lab, it's not a specific stock like that, but it speaks to the fact that the market is mature now. So, like, we have bits of media, bits of content that is related just to the stock market. I mean, we do this every week, just to the stock market. You have Kalila out there doing things just to the stock market. My Money J sponsors the weekly market report on taking stock. That's
Oh,
just, huh?
Super Baby is cool. Continue.
The Super Baby, yeah, the Super Baby is the USD market.
Oh, it's not a Super Baby, it's American Baby. Okay.
Well, it is a
America.
super baby. It is a super baby. Well,
I
it's a
thought a
flying
super
baby.
baby
It's
was
America's Baby.
making
That's
America wearing American colors.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's good. I didn't think about that. The USD market.
So it is the
I like
USD
that.
market and the USD options on the market, the bond ones and the USD stocks. Not a very active market, but it has grown in its style, and there have been some super profits made on that market.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to the beginner. The vendor here that you mentioned, that is there two guys making a deal in private. It's the private market. Hardly
oh,
anybody knows about it. Yeah, it's also very difficult to get. This is screwed up, so I didn't expect anybody to get it. It took me a while to realize what it was based on what I'd done.
that is the
It's
domino.
supposed no, it's supposed to be like the graduation hat.
That's an odd place for
Well, if it looked more like the grad cap, it would be clearer because it's just things, it's just objects, right? Um, the different levels are supposed to represent the different markets that the JC has. The different marks of the JC, but it didn't work all out the way I wanted, so it didn't really matter. This gazebo being built here is supposed to be under construction. It's not done yet. It's supposed to be the micro market, so it's coming. All right. So
Oh.
more things being built for the micro market coming, and of course the money. There's a crap load of money that's been made on the market, and there's even more that's going to be made. There's dividends. There's the payout. Just think of the billions that have been raised and the market value. I mean, I remember when QWI got listed, the JSE broke $1 trillion in overall market cap, right? And so there's a general point. The dark horse, is the dark horse supposed to be there? Oh, so the dark horse is near the money because also the dark horse is near where the big money is, and we know the bigger money, as big as the equity markets are, the market for debt is bigger. And so the dark horse is actually the bond market because of the opportunity that I think exists on the bond market and will only grow. And it's near the flag here because of the JMD bonds, the government bonds that could become listed, and near the green bonds that could be listed in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. Anything else I remember, I'll say it afterwards. But yeah, that's this week's image, this week's guessing game. I hope you guys got it right. Shout out to those who tried, and thank you guys again for joining. Thanks, Danai and Shay, and let's call it a night.
Yep.
Night, everybody.
See you next week.
This up.
Big up, yeah, man. It's been Brick Talk.